Alright, we're good.
Wait, were you unmuted?
Wait, are we recording?
I think I'm gonna go with that after all.
Skirt.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I'm doing it.
Oh, it would help if I changed the screen. There we go.
I did it.
So, if we're all good, grand, and happy, we can go ahead and do a quick recap. It's been a minute. Where we left off, the party continued on in Zonthar's tower, basically just pressing random buttons on their teleporter circle, searching. Eventually found Joshua's son, discussed with him what he knew. Neril told the party that there was a tall individual wearing purple robes that had brought him and numerous people from the college here, and basically had just kept them there and had taken people one by one, and Neril had never seen him come back. And about a week before the party arrived, he was tasked with painting this top half of a dragon head, and after that he was pretty well left and was found in unfavorable conditions. Knowing that they couldn't bring him along, the party, well, Zotor, opened up a little pocket dimension plane, and he waited in there. The party continued on through the tower, meeting with cultists that were there, that fought them, eventually found their way to the basement, where they got fairly tapped out, and decided, we'll go back, we'll rest in Zotor's fancy house. They got up there, and the door was gone. Joshua received a message from somebody who told them that their son is safe, take your time, finish what you have to do, we'll be waiting. Frustrated, the party continued through the rest of the basement, finishing that last little leg of it. Met in Afridi. They didn't want to touch it, but Artemis snuck off.
But Artemis touched it?
Under the condition that the Afridi would not harm any of them. And so he didn't. He disappeared. And then party found the robed individual described by Neril, but he had already been dead. And he clutched in his hand was the top half of this blue dragon head. Party took it, got attacked by a fire elemental, and then eventually made their way out. Found the person who had been messaging Joshua. Turned out to be a Thayan wizard who showed the party that Neril was indeed safe, and decided that they're going to leave in the morning. Zotor ran off, decided to separate once more from the party. Kolth reappeared, dirty, disheveled, unhappy, and very tired. And then the party was whisked away to Thay. They arrived and were shown to their rooms one at a time, ending with Valkyria's. That is where we left off.
Oh, I'm just remembering that welcome home thing and being like, ugh.
Hey,
So,
Deanna, how do the donuts taste?
you took a bite of them and roll a D100 for me.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
dear.
Right. I'm ready.
Roll for donut tastiness.
Oh,
Oh,
no!
jeez.
With such a high expectation for them, you were solely disappointed by them.
And you bought all of them.
them, but maybe
Oh.
it's just this one.
Both you trying them, they're not like the best donuts you've ever had, but like they're not the worst.
It might be the first donut I've ever had. Donuts aren't exactly an elvish cuisine.
I mean, no, but you haven't exactly lived in elvish
That's
society
fair.
your whole life.
That's fair.
Cute little. Well, we had a cute little donut shop where I'm from. Maybe I'll open a donut shop when this is all over. I think I could do better than this. Colt, you'd be a good donut chef.
I'll pass.
Wait, we're not still in our rooms?
We are.
You-
Colt had gone into my
Oh.
room.
Yeah, Cole specifically said cool, and then went to Iyana's room.
Oh, that's right. My bad.
I guess we'll
Ooh,
share
my
these with
room.
everyone else.
Well, sounds good. Maybe, I don't know, the red wizards like donuts? I don't know. Or maybe it's like a delicacy to them?
I mean, we're bringing foreign food. It's like you said, it's a delicacy of our culture. And
I'm sure
A
they'll be
peace
polite
greeting.
and definitely take it.
probably. I don't know why they wouldn't.
Maybe it's just the fact that they're evil, but, you know.
Do we know they're evil?
I mean, according to Valkyria.
I mean, Valkyria hates weather. How do you hate weather? What does that even mean?
I mean, it depends on the weather. That
Yeah, but
that
it
fog
depends
was
on the
pretty
weather.
terrible.
Hating all weather, though?
Okay, fair point. I see your point.
And we just have this meaningless little banter.
What's everybody else doing?
What's my room look like?
I got a couple. So the last thing that was said to me was from this dude that said "Welcome home," right?
And he said, your room, welcome home.
And then, but like, just for context, I mean, it's "Welcome home, Thay," right? Like, we're not where I lived by any means, are we?
No, we are not in a temple.
Well, okay, definitely not a temple, but I mean, not even. Yeah, okay, so not even.
All of Thay is a temple. A temple to evil?
Hey.
What?
Okay.
I thought you were talking to one of your kids for a second, and I was like, what?
Okay, so she just kind of scowls and goes into the room.
What were you asking, JJ?
I was just asking what my room looked like.
I mean, it is very luxurious. Bowl of exotic fruits are set out for you, and large beds centered in the middle of the room.
Like the exact middle of the room, or like against the wall in the middle of the room?
No, like in the middle.
That's uncomfy.
Not against any walls.
It's like staying in Caesar's palace.
But it's a fairly large for just like a simple guest bedroom. Like you got easily 10 feet all the way around the bed.
I guess I'm just gonna eat a lot of fruit.
Alright.
And chill
Joshua
in bed.
eats fruit?
I mean, Joshua eats food. Just
That's
in
fair.
general.
That's fair.
Maybe it's alcoholic fruit.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Maybe you eat fermented fruit on the hopes that it will get you high.
Maybe I just eat fruit because it's good. I mean, I don't know.
Fruit's
It's not like
gross. I don't know what you're talking
Joshua
about.
It's not like Joshua doesn't eat anything other than fried cheese.
Joshua just injects grease straight into his veins. He's just like, yes! Put that McDouble in my veins, baby.
Intravenous Big Mac.
Ugh.
So, you guys await in your chamber for a while. Joshua, after a little while of you eating fruit, somebody does shuffle in behind and sets down another plate and then leaves.
Ooh.
Dang. I look around. Do I see any, like, peepholes or anything like that?
Make an investigation check.
Super good at those.
Natural 20, let's go. Start the session strong.
We started with a 4. After that, we kind of start searching around. You don't really see any peepholes anywhere. So,
Yeah.
odd, but yeah.
I'll just eat my fill and keep hanging out.
Anything in particular you're doing, Artemis?
I guess writing a letter, a prayer to the Raven Queen, and then bed.
No,
Wait, is it late enough?
It's
Or
morning.
is it...
Yeah.
You
Oh,
guys
it's morning.
had
Never
just woke up.
Oh, okay, might be.
I think we were just told to
Uh,
like get ready to meet with the important people.
Gotcha.
Is it
Well,
still
then, I
daytime
guess
over
I
in
don't-
Thay, or is it like midday
Oh,
at this
it's
point?
Thay? No. Thay, no. Thay, it is probably close to around like 6 in the evening.
Okay. I don't have keen mind anymore. I can't know the exact time anymore. Dang.
Jet lag.
Are there like clothes that I'm supposed to be wearing or something like that?
I mean, I would hope you're
Yeah.
wearing clothes.
Well, like saying,
Do you start looking through like drawers and wardrobes?
yeah, I guess.
You do, and there are clothes in there that are fairly fine quality.
I guess, yeah, I'm just writing a letter and saying a prayer to the Raven Queen in hopes that, no one dies.
It's a good hope.
Okay.
Alright.
But yeah, that's it.
I'm practicing forms in my little dungeon.
Oh, like fighting
Uh,
stuff. Got it.
You,
Fighting forms.
like, walking into your room, it's definitely nicer, but it's low lit. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of stuff in here other than a bed, really.
Makes for better room to be practicing my forms.
I mean, you have more room to do that, but just describing your room.
Just to be clear, the garnet that we had from the maze disappeared, right?
Yes.
Okay. Even though it was in my bag of holding?
Yes.
Okay.
It stopped existing as soon as you put it in the bag folding.
Oh, did it? Okay.
So, you guys wait around for a couple hours. When eventually, each one of you start hearing a knock on the door. Just, I don't know if you heard that, but
Who is it?
No.
it's time for your audience.
Colt, I need you to get out. I gotta get dressed real quick.
Okay. I'll
They
just...
told us to get fancy. We've been just talking for hours.
Before I leave, I'm gonna set
Oh, yeah.
on, like, the bed. Not, like, sit on the bed, but I'm putting 2 potions of greater healing on the bed for Iyana. Those are for you.
I'm also changing into my commoner's clothes, but that means that my armor's off as well. So let me go ahead and make that change.
And I guess while Iyana's changing, I'm gonna go to everyone's room and hand them 2 potions of greater healing from the bag of holding.
Wait, did I miss something? There's a reason we're getting into common clothes?
They
Alright.
told us
We're
to
making a
get
great
nice.
impression.
Alright.
Unless
I
I'm
am-
implanting that memory. I thought that's what they had said. You had said last week, Austin, right?
I just said, get ready.
Oh, just get ready. Okay.
For you to get ready and prepare.
So just so everyone is clear, everyone go ahead and put 2 potions of greater healing in your inventory. There should still be 2 because we had 12. There's only
Thanks.
5 of us. I figured that, it'd probably be best that if I get teleported again for you guys to have these. I don't intend to, but didn't intend for it last time either.
Thank you. It really
Plan
means a lot.
better.
And I will actually also hand Valkyria and Josho one each potions of superior healing.
Alrighty. So,
Thank you.
And then I'll go back to Iyana's doorway for Iyana.
as you're kind of just standing outside, the wizard who brought you here, he's also just kind of standing there, just patiently waiting.
I'll sort of do like the head, like little going up with the head, just being like, "Sup?"
He just kind of looks at you and nods downward slightly.
Oh, this is a downward thing. Okay, and I'll like nod my head down and be like, "Sup?"
Well, like the sup is the upward, and the acknowledge is like the down.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, he's not saying sup back, he's just
Maybe
acknowledging
should say
you.
he's acknowledging that you exist.
Cool. More than my parents did. Whip.
Oh. Oh.
Nay nay.
What? Meme?
Colt cries in the hallway.
Colt dabs then cries.
Yeah.
Right.
Colt dabs
So-
into his elbow and starts crying into his elbow.
Colt dabs the tears away.
Yep, there we go.
So, you guys all get ready, step out into this little hallway area. Once everybody's stepped out, Snomek looks at you all and goes, "Follow," and turns around and starts just walking.
Oh, look,
Alright,
I follow.
I follow.
We're off to see the leader, the leader, the leader.
As you follow and you kind of look around, like you could see that there are forms walking about, but any like quick, more than a glance, you go, "Oh, that's not a living person,"
Oh, sweet.
and see another one doing some other kind of servant duty and go, "Oh, yeah, it's still not living."
While we're walking, I want to just like ask the wizard guy that brought us here, "Hey, so who are we meeting exactly?"
Thorcon Esmeralda, yes.
Okay. And you said use full titles to be respectful, correct?
Absolutely.
Tharkon, Esmeralda. What?
Yes.
Yes. That sounds like
Mike
you're saying.
Tyson, yes.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say it sounds like you're saying yes with a
Okay.
list.
And
Tharkon, Esmeralda, yes. No, what's her last name? Yes.
and he stops at a door. Goes, "Is everybody as prepared as they can be?"
Just,
What?
I'll sort of fix
Gosh,
my
I
hair,
like-
fix my hair a little bit, and then. All right.
He gives like half a bead, and then goes, "Excellent," and turns and opens the door.
It's too late to go to the bathroom, isn't it?
And ignores your question and keeps walking.
Cool.
And in here there are a few other servant undead. But then there is a woman seated kind of like on this elevated pedestal with about 10 other wizard-robed people and about 10 what look to be armored warriors wearing full visors.
Oh, great. So
And-
we can't tell if they're alive or dead, can we?
Hard to say.
Okay.
And kind of guides to this middle pedestal that has about 10-foot by 10-foot square that steps up a couple steps. And stops at the base of the steps.
So this is basically just like a throne room. It's not like a banquet hall or anything.
Yeah, it's kind of like a audience chamber.
Okay,
So, almost courtroomy.
gotcha.
So, again, stops at the base of the steps.
Is he sort of like the right-hand person of Tharkon Esmeralda, or is there other people next to her?
I mean, there are a bunch of other people near her. He's stopping at the base of, like, the middle, slightly elevated platform.
Right, but like, is there like a steward right next to the Tharkon or something?
Yes.
Okay.
There is. There are a couple people next to her directly.
Okay. And I'm assuming they're in the whole red robes, tattooed getup.
Yes, red robes, tattooed scalps.
Okay. But they're alive. They're like, their
Yes.
sockets aren't empty or anything. Okay.
Yeah, they seem alive.
They don't seem obviously lichy.
Yes.
Okay. At least not obviously.
So, you guys walk in, presume step on the platform that he's guiding you to.
Yeah.
Would you? Steps up there, and the woman looks at you all.
Real quick,
Clears it.
is there anything special about this platform, or is it just a stone platform?
It just looks to be a slightly elevated stone platform.
There's no, like, teleportation circle engraven on it or anything?
Doesn't look like there is.
Okay. We're not going to get teleported to the dungeons or something.
And the woman looks at you all and clears her throat and goes, So it seems we find ourselves bound to a common cause against common enemies. Those who have sought to destroy us in ages past now seem to seek to destroy you. Our thirst for vengeance is strong, as is your thirst for continued life. Our enemy has become your enemy. We know their weaknesses and the ways to destroy them forever, without destroying their usefulness. You have the opportunity to discover their hiding places in your struggles against their allies. Together we can remove them as our agent, Nyhan Ilmic, or return you to your city of Waterdeep, there to serve as our liaison to your council. What you learn of the enemy, they will relay back to us by means of our own. You need only to find the enemy, and we will deal with them as is our custom. I am authorized by our eternal master, Saz-Tem, to say these things, for I act in his name. And then stops and stares at you for a minute.
Well, thank you for allowing us this audience, Tharkon Esmeralda. We will. I will admit. When you say your enemy, do you mean the cult or the renegade wizards from Thay with them, or both?
The red wizards that serve them.
Because
They are traitors to us, and so we must deal with them as is our way.
And you know who these people are?
I know most of them.
Okay. We have met one in our travels, by the name of Asbara Joss, who I am hesitant to say was an ally, but at least a helpful acquaintance for a minute. But
He may have assisted you, but it was purely for his own gain.
I figured that was the case.
Well, if you have any questions, voice them now. If not, I will ask the questions I have.
You say that you offer assistance, great Tharkon. what kind of assistance are you offering?
Should agreements be met, whatever intel your people or even you discover, we can use our methods to go eliminate, recapture, neutralize any red wizards that are assisting in this activity, crippling the cult in the process.
Well, that would certainly be helpful. I'm afraid at least I have no recollection of hearing of a location of the Red Wizards, except for a briefly mentioned well, which we are assuming is the Well of Dragons. That is the closest thing that I have heard to a hideout for the cult. Masks are there from the different wings of the cult. And so I'm assuming that that is where the Red Wizards may be, though I have no real confirmation of that.
Probably, or wherever else the cult deems that they're needed. Well, some of the most powerful spellcasters in all of Faerun. The cult needs us, because they will need something big. So now,
I have a question for you. You seem to
Yes.
know how to make the undead here. Do you know how to make undead into living?
potentially, it's a process, but it can be done.
And that could be done if we accomplish helping you.
Should agreements be met, we could discuss more about that afterwards.
What agreements do you desire to be met? You have said that any information that we know be told to you. What other
And
agreements?
I have not asked any questions yet.
Okay.
I need to know. Oh,
I guess
you've
one more question.
had
What's in this for you, Tharkon?
me in particular. I act in the Archthay's name. In any case, I personally have a stake. I saw the rebellion the Red Wizards caused. And I am happy to see them destroyed.
So you simply desire their demise.
Should I can't fix them.
Oh, as in capturing and working your magic on them.
Exactly.
All right. Is that all? Or do
For
you...
me.
Okay.
Saz Tam might have different preferences.
Are we going to speak with him at all, or are we doing this through you?
He has many matters that require his full attention, so you will be going through me.
Fair enough.
So, Mr. Durkin, you've answered the question partially. I might as well ask you the rest of it. How many Red Wizards have you met working with this cult?
I think we have only seen 2 or 3, though we only know the name of Esbara Joss.
2 or 3.
There were, I think it was 2. I'll sort of turn to the rest of the party to clarify. 2 in Skyreach. Yes?
That sounds right, but I don't
Yes.
know. Tell me, like, for
Oh, yeah,
certain.
yeah. They were in that door that we shut the door and ran away really quickly.
Right. So I think that I feel like we've seen at least 2, but there could have been a 3rd that I am not remembering.
So, you're keeping that force hidden, or they have them isolated.
I would anticipate that the 2 wizards are no longer in Skyreach. we have, with the help of Blagothkis, the stone giant, cloud giant. What was Blagothkis?
He was a cloud giant.
Okay, yeah. With their leader Blagothkis, we were able to eliminate the cult from Skyreach Castle, and Blagothkis journeyed north, though we know not where. So I would anticipate that the wizards are no longer on Skyreach, though I have no idea where they would be now.
How many are you expecting to have turned? Like, how many should we be looking for?
Last, the amount that was unaccounted for was roughly 40. Probably more.
A lot of work to do, guys.
I doubt all of them joined this cult,
But at least 40 are renegade.
40 are out in the world and must be taken care of.
Does the name Severin ring any bells? We have heard the names of a few of the worm speakers of the cult. There was Resmir, who was the worm speaker for the Black Dragon sect of the cult. Though I don't know if she was a wizard. We also heard the names Severin and Varum and Thedrin, who we have in our care.
Can I speak to this Thedrin?
Potentially. As you have said, as far as agreements go, I'm sure if agreements are met, then yes.
Such him if you'd like.
He is yes, sorry.
I mean, I've met him, and so I can... Is there something you'd like to say to him?
Would like to interrogate.
That's a little bit hard to do telepathically across the world. But if you've got, like, a message that's 25 words or less, I got your back.
You meant you have him in the Sword Coast, not here in your care.
Correct. He is currently being held on, what I'm assuming is a arcane lockdown cell. So, last I checked in, he is still being held by the Harpers, though I have heard no updates. Assuming agreements go well, then I don't see why your liaison could not approach the Harpers with some of us to question him about the whereabouts.
Mr. Nedriv,
Huh? Yep.
your friends have mentioned these worm speakers. Who's the head of this cult?
I don't particularly remember. Do I know the name of the head? I don't think I remember the name. Of the head
I'm
of the
at,
cult.
duh.
I think what we heard was Severin. Severin was the red worm speaker. I'm not saying that out loud, but like I'm saying that for like just
I mean,
jogging
I
memory.
don't know John, honestly. Personally, I haven't really been keeping track of who leaders are. I'm here to punch things. That's my job. I leave the smart thinking things to the rest of these guys.
Very well. Well, Miss O'Shea seemed to not want to be a part of the conversation, so I'll just ask you directly. We have our own ways to deal with our traitors. Will your people interfere with us?
No.
Come again?
Don't know.
Don't know. They're your people.
fingers strokes.
Two people don't know. Well, Nijpoda, which, Valkyria, you would recognize this word. It's a Thayan term used for, essentially, rough translates as to warrior slave.
Wait, what?
Uh,
It translates to what?
warrior slave.
Okay, I heard him just say this word?
Yeah. She is saying it while
She's-
looking at you.
But it's like a Thayan dialect, so Valkyria is the only one who recognized it.
Yeah, Thayan would do. She'd be the only one who knows what it means.
Gotcha.
Because, can we trust the people of the Sword Coast not to attack our people we send?
Technically, DM. Josh.
Well, I guess, yeah, Joshua, you would be able to roughly know its translation.
Does Joshua have a thing that allows him to just
Yeah.
know languages?
Yeah.
Dude, that's dope.
Tongue of the sun and moon.
Okay,
Frickin'
so
rad.
essentially,
I can't read it, but I can understand it.
do not go by such a term. And that's her response at the moment.
Will you answer my question?
I was ignoring you once you called me that.
Well, that is your title here. I refer to those with their title.
I've gotten myself away from such a title.
Would you prefer the term masterless?
And I am without any master, yes?
Right. So masterless. Can we trust the Sword Coast not to attack the people we send to capture or neutralize the traitors?
I'm sure that we can make such arrangements to make sure that all of our interests are met.
Excellent. Miss Mon,
Would you like a donut?
appreciate the offer,
Not the best
but
time.
I'd like my
You
answer.
haven't had one. Okay, yeah, sure. What's your question?
I'm saying, I said it's not the best time.
Oh, I thought you said it's not the best donut.
Best time.
I hear tell that the cult intends on freeing this Tiamat. How do they intend to do it?
That is a good question. I know that there's this thing called the Draghorn, and it's calling all the dragons to the well, and then they make one mega dragon, and that's Tiamat. I don't know. Would my dad have told me anything about anything like this?
No, he wouldn't have known anything
no.
about it.
I'm like,
Gerard would have kept everything super close to the chest, just been like,
no,
hey,
I'm not talking Gerard, but
or Dad, I guess. But
Desmond.
yeah.
I mean, Desmond would have had no idea.
Yeah.
And would have been dead before this was all going on. So, or
Yeah.
sorry,
That's true. And technically, the cult of the dragon hasn't been bent on Tiamat's release until recently.
It's only been within the last, 10 years.
Right. They were originally into Dracoliches,
There you go.
which are still terrible, but
But not Tiamat.
no. Not
Okay.
until apparently the last 10 years.
He goes, she turns back to you, Valkyria, and goes, Masterless, what does this cult need to release Tiamat?
All I've been understanding is that they've been looking for these masks that we keep. I don't know. I'm almost on the same level as Joshua here. I just destroying this evil.
We
You
have
people know nothing.
the blue one, don't we? Aren't we carrying it with us right now?
I think
I
we
thought
have
we
the
gave
blue
it up.
one.
Did we?
No,
get it?
no. We never got it. It was in the chest, and then the chest disappeared after
No,
she
no,
died.
that's the
Oh,
black
it's
one.
the
The
black
blue
one.
one
Oh, there's
from the
black one.
tower.
Yeah.
Oh,
The body
we
at
have
the
it?
bottom was holding it.
Who's holding it?
I have my
Oh.
pouch.
yeah, I think we have it then.
Hopefully there's no glitter on it.
What's the other pouch?
I mean,
Oh.
there's still a little bit of glitter. I've seen it.
The pouch of
You want
Douglas.
the mask?
Like, wipe some off your shoulder.
No, no, not the pouch of Douglas. Please, let's not talk about the pouch of Douglas.
Pull out the mask. I think this is what they're looking for.
Yeah, they're ones of these
or
for
at
every
least-
color.
A status symbol of some kind.
She kind of turns and looks to one of the armored people. And he just kind of nods and walks over to the little platform and holds out his hand to it.
We can't
We're
give
getting
it to
that
you.
back.
Great Tharkon. You have stated various times that should agreements be met, we will be granted certain assistance. And so if it would not be too much, I would say that if agreements are met, we will allow you to look at the mask.
You can look at it, but we look with our eyes. That's
Not with
promised
our
to someone
fingers.
I'm a
else.
bit far away,
Well, magic exists.
and that's what we intend to do with it. Find out exactly what it is.
We already have a deal with someone.
You guys will get it back. I don't want it.
As long as it is being returned to us, then we do not
It will
mind.
be given back as soon as we're done with it, which will be before this meeting is over.
All right.
Don't try to alter it anyway.
No plans on it. You can watch us as we do it.
I'll hand the over.
Hand it to him, and it takes
Artemis
it.
watches them intently. She's not taking her eyes off of that mask.
It walks it over to one of the robed wizards onto the side and hands it to him. He takes it and like lifts up his legs in like this weird little magic axe and floats, and then gently floats to the ground, and then begins casting some spell.
Would I know what it is?
No, I don't think it's on the Warlock spell list.
I'm assuming it's identify, which is not.
Yeah, it is, but Colt want to know.
Correct. Great Tharkon. Great Tharkon. You have asked questions to the other members of the party, and they do not know the answer. However, I feel like I do if you do want that, or if you are simply being cryptic by asking the others.
I figured you're only as strong as your weakest link. If
You are the
individuals
weak
in the
link.
party do not know, then I feel like the party is weakened from that.
Well, while Joshua and Valkyria here, and Iyana may not know the exact details of our mission, they are not weak. As Joshua and Valkyria stated, they are here to punch and to end the menace. They simply have different strengths.
So pray tell, Mr. Durkin, what are the true answers to the questions I asked?
Well, from what we understand, there are masks corresponding to the different colors of the chromatic dragons. Red, white, black, green, and blue. Though we do not know the exact details of the ritual, someone we met outside of Parnast by the name of Talus informed us that the masks are part of a ritual conducted by Severin, who is, from what we know, the leader of the cult, to summon Tiamat from Avernus. Multiple of them are already at the well. We know that the black and the green masks are already at the well, and I would assume the red if Severin is there. We have the blue in our possession. though I will admit I know not where the white one is.
She leans forward. Yes. Very well. If that is what they need, having this mask will be quite useful.
Agreed.
Now, I'm very curious. Mr. Durkin, what is your plan for if you fail?
Go down trying. I may not, as an elf, I am genetically predestined to live longer than everyone else. However, I don't want to do that in a world full of evil or inhabited by Tiamat. So if I have to give my life to know that this world will be safe, I will do it.
Very well. So, Mr. Nedriff, your friend here is willing to go down swinging to if this release happens. How do you plan on preventing the release in the first place?
Well, I mean, can't summon people if you are dead, right? Gotta find all the people and bring them to justice, or kill them, or both, or whatever, you know? Listen, my strategies have always been the same ever since I was a lot younger. You punch people, they go down, they can't do bad things no more. It's not complicated.
Though, not for your friend over there.
Are you pointing at
Yeah.
which friend?
Who is she referring to with
Valkyria.
that?
Valkyria.
Oh, okay.
Who do you think?
I don't know.
I didn't hear all the words, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't know if it was referring to Valkyria or like Iyana or something. I don't know.
Turns to Iyana. Goes, Miss Mon, should you succeed in stopping this cult, what are your intentions with any stragglers?
Gave me my powers. And I believe it's because he wanted me to stop not only Tiamat from coming, but stop her evil followers too. So when we win, I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life to wiping out the remainder of the cult. Not the cult.
Colf's eyes widen for a minute. All Colfs must die.
When you say that, when you say Bahamut, you can see this quick flash of disgust across her face before she listens to the rest of your statement. And then
Seen it with my passive perception.
Iyana probably won a tap, but it
Great.
failed.
I'm just being honest. Okay.
That more
Yeah, he's
likely,
pissed, right? I mean,
more
Artemis
likely,
actually probably won it either.
I wouldn't have noticed because I'm paying attention to the mask anyway.
You wouldn't have noticed. And then, after this, the wizard kind of stands up, hands the mask back to the armored figure, and the armored figure takes it back and hands it up.
I guess I'll take
I'll
it.
take it. I'll
Oh, okay.
oh,
If
I'm
Arthur
paying
moves
close
for it,
attention.
I'll leave it for Arthur.
yeah. I take it.
Take it. And then she
White
looks
knuckled grip on it.
at you, Artemis, and goes, Miss O'Shea, I hear they're building this grand horde, taking everything from the Sword Coast. Say you succeed. What do you do with this hoard?
Give it back to who it was taken from.
Every gold piece, eh?
Best that we can. Any remainders, I suppose, restitution for lives that were lost.
Yeah, the wizard whispers in her ear. She goes. She nods. I tell you this as a parting gift before you return to your chambers. The mask you carry is nothing more than a mask.
It's a fake.
It's a mask, but it holds no power to release Tiamat.
They already have the blue one. Damn it.
So it was a grand thought, but ultimately fruitless.
What do you, Great Tharkon, intend to do if we lose?
If you lose,
Because if agreements are met, you claim you will help us. What happens if you are helping us and we lose?
well, if you have lost and we are assisting, obviously, what more help could you have received?
Well, that's not what I'm asking.
Failed from the get-go.
Because if you are assisting us, surely if we fail, the cult will come after you.
In time, yes. And I don't intend on waiting for it, should that occur.
So you are willing to go down trying as well.
You can only live so many centuries before you feel the need to act and not wait.
Fair enough.
So now, return to your chambers while I think, deliberate, discuss with Archthay, Saztan, and we can discuss more in the morning.
Thank you. And Kolth will kind of do like the sort of like curt nod that the head wizard did, and then turn around to go.
As everybody leaves, I need you all to make a persuasion check.
Heck yeah.
Jeez.
I'm okay at those.
I'm going to use my favored by the gods, too.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that should not have been at advantage, but...
Just for the
I'm gonna use my absolutely not favored by the gods.
just
Roll
for
8.
just for the quick meme, I'm gonna luck point that. Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Right.
Wait,
Yes.
Wait, Iyana, why were you doing that at advantage?
I said I
It was
didn't
by
mean to.
accident.
Oh,
but-
okay, sorry.
So mine's a 30.
Jeez.
Okay. What were you about to say, Artemis?
no, I was just remarking that hers was a 30 for
So-
myself.
You guys return to your chambers. Jasha, fruit has been restored to yours.
Heck yeah, dog.
There's more fruit.
And chamber's yours. Anything else in particular you guys wish to do?
I pull Iyana to the side and I go, can you tell if they were able to do anything to this?
With the mask?
Yes.
I mean, I don't think that they would be able to, like, take magic out if it was magical.
But could you tell if they were lying?
I'm
not saying-
I'm not really that good at telling if people are lying, because I just have a tendency
No,
to
I mean-
trust people.
It's not so much that, like, just tell if they tweaked anything with it.
Let me take a look at it.
Okay, I hand it over.
Just stares at it.
Yeah, because I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm not gonna tell her that. I'm trying to
Detect
impress
magic.
my boo.
Detect magic.
Wait. No, it looks the same as it did before. I think they were telling the truth.
They put a
I mean,
nuke
it wouldn't
on
be the first time that the cult has. We thought we had the mask, and then the cult tricked us, or we lost it at the last second.
I suppose. Fine. Okay. And I
By the way, you look really
take the
pretty.
mask. Thank you.
So, you doing anything later? Cause it's like 7 o'clock, and I don't know about you, but I'm really not tired. I feel like we just woke up.
Ashley's over here. Stop.
Artemis, why are you laughing? You kissed her.
you. No, I guess just making sure I don't do anything stupid right now. For some reason, I forgot that they're the ones with the undead slaves. And so, just the more we walked by, the more pissed off I got. And,
Wait, these guys are undead?
How did you forget they were undead? Valkyria's been saying it literally the whole campaign.
Well, like...
Valkyria's been like, slaves, the whole campaign.
Well,
Could've just
there's
been her.
no... There's knowing, and then there's knowing, okay? Anyway, yeah, you weren't able to tell?
I mean, I was kind of focused on what was in front of me.
Okay, well, yes. Spoiler alert, they are
Creepy.
undead.
Well,
Not
you don't have to worry about
mention-
doing anything stupid. We're all
Well-
stupid.
No, like,
Mood.
that... Iyana, that everything I've seen has been an absolute affront to the Raven Queen. Like, all of that is just... That's an abomination. And so...
It's not their fault.
Well, no, it's not their fault, but the people who... It's the fault of the people who did it, and I might do something stupid, like try to kill them. So, I'm gonna try to not do anything stupid right now.
Okay, well, if you need support not doing anything stupid, you know where I'll be.
Yeah...
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go. Sorry. I'm just... my palms are really sweaty right now.
Knees weak,
Are your arms heavy?
arms are heavy, mom's spaghetti.
I just... Bye! And I just run to my room and shut the door.
Colf has been in Iyana's room doing scrying while this is happening.
Did you hear that?
I don't think I can hear you while I'm scrying.
Who are you scrying on?
I want to pull out Resmir's robes and scry on Resmir.
Okay.
Didn't we kill her?
Worth a shot. Actually, no. I'm gonna pull out my bottle of Thedrin hair, and I'm gonna try to scry on Thedrin.
Okay. You go through the process and activate the spell, staring into the little crystal ball, and you see nothing.
Yeah, I've had a feeling that wouldn't work, because he's in a crazy, souped-up cell. Well, that's good. That actually means that he might still be in the cell, so...
He resisted your magic. Hasn't that happened before?
This is true. I'd like to hope that he's still in the cell, though.
Do you want me to talk to him?
No.
Okay.
One more time, I will scry on Adriana.
Okay.
I don't have a bottle of her hair, sadly, but I have her blood in me.
That doesn't count.
Dang it. Okay.
It's your blood, not her blood.
But we're family.
Not anymore.
But you're supposed to save
Too
DC.
soon? Too soon?
My DC is 18.
Yeah, she saved.
Bummer.
So, you get nothing. Surprisingly, she saved.
I thought it was higher than that. No, that was because Zotor.
And Zotor had a 21
Yeah.
DC.
Dang it, I miss having a 21 save DC.
And you could have chose to stay as Zotor.
No,
We're glad you're back.
I like Kolth more.
Alright. So, guys, back in your chambers. Anything in particular you wish to do?
One more time, I scry on Bethelda.
Bethelda. Okay. Which is the first time you've thought to scry on it.
Yep.
Okay. You go through it, release, and you stare into the ball. And you see your mother in a dimly lit room. Looking around, it's kind of blurry, but other than a couple scrapes, she looks fairly okay.
Is she doing anything? Is she talking to anybody?
And she's sitting there reading.
What's she reading? Can I tell?
Can't tell. It's too blurry. You just can tell it's a book. That's about it.
So the room's just dimly lit? Can I see, like, the walls at all behind her, or...
Very, very barely. But
Is
you
it-
can't notice like any major detail about it.
Okay. Does it look worked, or rough-hewn? Like, is it just like a natural cave, or is it a cut room? Can I really tell?
Make a perception check at disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Dang, the other one was a natural 20.
Very, very faintly tell that it's... You can only see a couple of spots, and that's the only thing that gives you the hinting of it's being a bit rough-hewn.
Okay. So it looks like naturally formed type thing?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then I'll take a short rest.
Okay. So. Okay, you just swinging around your weapons.
Sorry, was that at me?
Yeah, I was just asking what you were doing.
So at first she went to her room and was just doing practicing, but then she's really bothered and starts going out and like kind of like roaming the halls.
Okay.
And I want to just see what I notice. I don't know what I'm looking for. It's kind of like usually they're doing the rounds and seeing what.
How far are you gonna wander?
Was there a time we were given that it's the night, right?
I mean, it's been about 6 since you've arrived, and they said we'll discuss in the morning. So you have theoretically all night.
Well, I don't want to go for exhaustion, but I'm gonna walk around for a few hours, couple hours to.
Okay. I presume you're gonna stay away from the little audience chamber that you went into, unless you want to walk in there.
No. No. But I'm just walking
Thank
around
you.
all others places.
Go ahead, make a perception check for me. Alrighty. You start making your way around the various chambers and hallways that seem to intersect the main one that you walk through. Kind of see somebody and they're just going about like sweeping. And as you walk by, they don't even look up to acknowledge you in any way. I don't presume you're trying to go into any doors or anything. You're just wandering the hallways, right?
Yeah.
Wandering hallways. You see a couple people like that just seemingly doing a mundane task, not even acknowledging you as you pass. Eventually, kind of round the corner, and they're a robed wizard kind of meets you and goes, "Can I help you?"
No. I'm just walking to get over my anger. Why do you create these slaves? Can't you let these people just die?
Not most of them were given.
Most of them were what?
Given. Give their body new purpose, as opposed to just letting it rot out in the wasteland. Give a new purpose.
It's not how I see it.
See it
That's
as
not
you
how
will.
they see it.
They don't see it as anything. The soul is no longer in the form.
And then why do I know what has happened to me? Or why have I become so aware?
It's a question I cannot answer. The person who created you can.
Do you know how to find out who that was?
Where did you live?
And then I proceed to tell him, can't remember the name of the fractured city. Hold please.
Yes.
North of Delhimide, in a temple dedicated to, whether you believe it or not, Tempest.
Everybody in that temple was slaughtered.
I know.
You're the one who did it.
Yes.
You would have made a fine general. The title that Tharkon Yeth gave you isn't necessarily one of shame. Sure, it had a word you probably didn't like, but it comes with all the benefits of being alive.
I'd rather not known this existence, but I can dedicate it to getting rid of such evils.
Use it as you see fit. Or should you have made a good impression on Tharkon Yeth, maybe she could fix it, reverse it.
What about me saying where I was from? Does that help you have an idea of who would have made me? Or was it someone in that temple? You said these ones were given to you.
Odds are, probably wasn't anybody who lived in the temple, but I can ask about, though I don't imagine you get word before you leave. If it was here, potentially. But far from here.
And who are you?
Name is Thoros. So,
Adu Thoros. And she just turns back the other way.
he just kind of stands there, watches as you walk away, and then after you kind of turn a corner, you hear him start stepping once more. So, the rest of you, what you doing?
Well, I'm sitting in my room, just like, okay, don't do anything stupid. And so I'm just writing and cleaning and taking care of my bow, and I'm basically just doing a bunch of,
There are the exotic foods in all of your rooms. I didn't mean it was just in Josh, it was just heads up.
Maybe after I've cleaned my bow like the second time, I'll finally just give in and try a fruit.
Okay. So, Jasho, anything in particular?
Not really. I'm just kind of hanging out.
So, anything else real fast before you guys eventually find some measure of rest? Because even though it's definitely been less than 24 hours, it being dark
It's
really
jet lag. Yeah.
really throws off your rhythm.
Yeah, I want to talk to Kolth.
Okay.
So I'm gonna wait till he's done scrying, and then when he like sits and relaxes, like, hey, so I was just thinking. I've been thinking a lot about how you were able to turn into a dragon, and I was wondering, do you know how to do that for other people?
I don't. That is something gifted to me by this armor and Iadros. I do not know how to do that, unfortunately.
'Cause I don't know, I've been working on it, and I think I've got it, but I don't know. I was thinking about it, and then when we talked to that lady in there, she started talking about what we're gonna do afterwards, and I don't understand why Bahamut would give me these powers and then just not help. And so
I think he has been helping, just in his own way. Not all help is just outright helping you kill something or beat something.
I mean, Arthur talks to the Raven Queen, and she like talks back, and she gets all this help from her.
Has she, though?
Oh yeah, I totally believe her when she says that. Why would she lie?
Iyana.
What? You don't understand her like I do, Cole.
You're right. I don't understand why she would be getting help from a god she blames for Luca's death.
That's between her and the Raven Queen. That's beside the point. I think that even if he is helping, Bahamut is kind of expecting us to take this battle for ourselves. And like I told him, I want to wipe out the cult. I want to make sure that there is never a chance that this could happen again. And that means that I'm going to need a lot more power. And what's more powerful than a dragon? You were so cool when you turned into that dragon.
But
I don't know about that. I've never seen anything more powerful than a dragon.
that's fair, but you've also only been alive for 14 years, 15 years. There's a lot of stuff that's scarier than a dragon. Not much, but there's stuff that is scarier than a dragon.
But there's a lot more stuff that's scarier than a human of orcish descent.
True.
Well, I guess I'll keep working on it then.
I don't think he's leaving you out to dry. I don't know. I can't act like I know anything about religion, because I'm not religious. Never have been. But if he has gone out on a limb and blessed you with these powers, I would say as long as you have these powers, he's helping you.
Do you think he'll help me be as powerful as a dragon?
I don't know. Only time will tell.
Okay, I'll keep working on it. But if you think of anything, I know you're really good with the magic too, so let me know.
Will do.
Thanks. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, just like awkwardly sit down, be like, he's still in my room.
Do you want me to leave?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just gonna think about my magic and keep trying to work on it. Over here. You keep resting.
So we're saying yes, leave.
I'll go back to my room.
No, you're fine. Just hang out.
I'll get up and go back to my room.
Bye, Colth.
Bye. And I'll sort of like poke my head in right as I'm about to leave. You know it wasn't your fault, right? Your silence speaks volumes.
Oh, I said what? But
Oh,
you
sorry. You cut out, I guess.
Oh.
The whole teleporting thing.
I can't teleport you.
Exactly. The whole me disappearing thing in the maze was not your fault.
And I'll smile and be like, okay.
Insight check! Do I believe her? Do I believe she's okay?
Do you want to make him roll an insight check?
Roll an insight check.
Alright.
I'm terrible at these, actually.
You can whisper me.
Woo! Natty 1! Let's go!
Oops.
Seems to be okay.
Okay. I'm gonna put Iadros right next to the door. Not like outside, but in the room. And
Okay.
just go to my room. And
Steal a
paste.
sword and attune to it.
What?
Said steal a sword and attune to it.
Don't do it.
Do it.
I'll know when you're doing it.
It'd be funny. You'll know when you are no longer attuned to it.
Who are you saying that to, Austin?
Me.
Oh, okay.
If Iyana wasn't lawful good, gosh darn it.
Except Kolth goes and lays down on his bed, and every 10 minutes peeks through the sword every minute. To make sure everything's okay.
You can't see through it, you can ask.
Okay, then I'll ask Iadros. Hey, is everything okay?
You just can go, hey, you good?
Does he respond?
And he goes, yeah, great.
No. Because he's
No.
you're not attuned to it anymore.
Like, yeah, it's great. And then, in mid saying great, it disappears.
Hey, it's great! Yeah, the hang up, the hang up
The
click.
number you have dialed is
has
no
been-
longer connected.
yeah. Please leave a message for something. I don't know. I was trying to think of a funny Forgotten Realms phone number, and it just couldn't work.
So, you guys hang out in your chambers, trying to try to find some way to pass time. Eventually, some of you do fall asleep, those who can. And those who can, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Well, of course they would. Of course they would.
At disadvantage.
Oh, of course
Wait,
they
so
would.
I have to make a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage?
So basically, Valkyria, Arthur, and I don't have to make saves.
No, Arthur definitely does.
I thought.
She sleeps.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
I sleep.
Okay.
This dude's half elf. Burp.
Of course they would.
Suck my dick. Got a 19.
Wow, those are actually like
Those are really good.
saves.
Yeah.
I have proficiency in all saving throws.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, monk things.
Wow, man.
Dude, monks are wild.
Just
I
be
need
a
to be a
monk,
monk.
guys. Like, just be a monk.
They try to.
Why do literally anything else? Just be monk.
Be a monk paladin.
They're trying to
Really
cast
like
a,
druids.
They're trying to cast a paralysis demon on us, and I'm like, bitch, you thought.
Sleep paralysis. Be like, yo, what up?
Well,
No, the sleep
And I'm over
paralysis
here
demon
like,
shows
your
up.
phone, who
I
did?
open one eye. I give him the death glare, and he's like, "All right." Well,
The sleep paralysis demon shows up. Josh opens an eye and like pulls the blankets back, revealing he's absolutely naked, and the demon just goes away.
Guy's like,
Demon's
I'm comfy.
nope,
I'm
nope,
out.
nope.
Jasho and Artemis, you
Oh,
have, you wake up in the morning feeling
Oh no.
vague,
Yep.
disturbing dreams, but nothing else. You're just like, yeah, that was weird.
Oh, no.
But Iyana,
How bizarre!
Paralysis
Dun 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 dun.
do you wish to join me in Whispers?
Yeah. Yeah, let's go to Whispers.
Sawyer,
Huh?
well, do you want to join me as well, but just take off your headphones?
Okay,
Oh.
Just because I want this, I don't want to just be stream of you guys just sitting there waiting.
that's fair.
So,
Hey, real quick,
you take off headphones.
is this anything that I would notice through Iadros?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
It's my dream.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you're freaking out in your dream. I don't know. All right, I'm taking my headphones off.
So Iyana, you are sleeping, and you feel this kind of tightening in your body, and you tense up, and you kind of open up your eyes and wake up a little bit, and you see that you were just kind of stuck in place, standing in this cauldron with this green vapor pouring out of it. Long hooked chains hooking into you, pulling your arms above your head, as there are half a dozen robed, tattooed, scalped wizards, and they all look at you, and one steps forward and goes, "We have some questions for you. Care to answer?"
Can you do that without, like, all the scary stuff?
Certainly, if you answer correctly. Now, what are your plans with this cult?
Told you guys I'm gonna get rid of them.
After every question, I need you to whisper me a persuasion check.
Okay. Oh wait, I'm gonna go grab my real dice real quick. Just one sec.
That works too.
You said persuasion?
Yes.
Okay. 28.
You feel some of the chains begin to loosen. Yes. Will we be interfered with? Should we deal with the traitors in our own way?
I can't control what other people do, but I don't think you should. I'm a big fan of this is your fight, and I don't want to get in the way of what you've got going on here.
Okay, make a check.
I'm gonna type it to you. 'Cause that's what you meant.
That works. So that one's the 20. And the chains
Okay, I'll just say
loosen
it.
a little more. He goes, "What are your plans should you fail to release Tiamat?"
Should I fail to? I'm not trying to release Tiamat.
Failed to stop the release.
Oh, fail to stop her. Oh, well, then fight her and kill her because she's evil and she'll destroy the whole world. I mean, she can't be allowed to stay here.
Okay. Make the check.
Oh, no, 13.
Right. As you say that one, the chains wrap up as tighter than they were originally. And hooks begin squeezing into your arms and your legs as you notice that underneath the vapor, your legs are chained as well. And goes. You say the cult needed a false mask. What do they really need?
They need the real mask, which we thought we had, but obviously you guys showed us it's not. And so they need all 5 masks. And we almost had 2 of them, but then we lost them. And wait, 2? Yeah, 2, pretty sure. And then we don't know where the other ones are. Probably all at the well, because screw the cult.
Make another check.
21.
Okay. Chains begin loosening once more. Actually rolling really, really well.
It's because I have a plus 10 to persuasion.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
And I'm lawful good, so I'm not even going to try to lie to them. So.
He goes, what is your plan with the Horde once you're done?
Honestly, I think that my personal philosophy is that it should go to the people that are going to be hurting from this. Because if she does come, there's going to be a huge amount of devastation and destruction all across the world. But I also agree with what Artemis said, and it should go back to the people who it belongs to.
Okay, I gotta check.
25.
Okay, chains loosen. A little more. Yes. What is your feelings towards the Nij Podar?
Know what that is? Persuasion check.
Yeah.
Cool. 21.
Yes. Your little friend from here.
Oh, Valkyria? She's like my best friend. And I would like to see her be alive again. That's what she wants. And I want her to be happy.
Okay, go ahead and make persuasion check again.
26.
Okay. Chains loosen the rest of the way. Goes. We are done here. And
Can you not torture me about it? Can you just come and talk to me?
before you get a chance, you just fall into the cauldron all the way. And are enveloped in darkness for a second. And then you wake up in your bed, sweating.
And I'm going to cast message to literally all my friends and be like, hey, are you awake? And I'll go back to main chat.
Alright.
Yeah, when I was feeling unwell, see, I've never had it. I've never felt so bad that I couldn't fall asleep. But
Well, you're sleeping soundly
There's-
tonight. So-
I mean,
oh my gosh.
she has a bit of a toss and turn, but that's fine.
okay.
Oh,
We're
it's just okay.
So I will attempt to cast message to everybody.
So I didn't hear any of the conversation, but I did hear the scream at the end.
Oh no!
Would Colt
Was
have
it like
heard
an
that?
excited scream, or was it like a
Yeah, you would have heard it.
terrified scream?
Well, Iadros would be like, she's screaming.
Okay, then I will immediately summon Iadros to my hand and, like, jump out of the bed, like, not even caring, just shove through the door and go to Iyana's room. And, like, open the door and be, like, brandishing the weapon and, like, pointing it at every corner, just like...
You open the door, and I'm sitting there holding my shield and going, you awake?
Yes,
You
I'm
awake?
in your doorway.
Oh, hey! I'm gonna go wake everyone else up. We probably shouldn't sleep here. This place is creepy. I don't like this place. I want to go home. And I'm gonna go, like, push past Colt and go knock on Valkyria's door.
And no, this would have been after about 6-7 hours. So it's not like you fell asleep for an hour and then have woken up.
Okay, so she was knocking on my door?
Yeah.
What is it?
Space Valkyria! This place is scary! And I'm gonna give her a hug.
And she, man, pats her back.
Oh, and Kolth, also, you would have noticed, seeing her, she would have had, like, this almost deathly pallor look. Kind of sunken, gaunt cheeks and hollow-looking eyes for a bit as she ran out.
Okay. Kolth is going to just stay in the doorway, ready.
But that's gone by the time Valkyria sees her.
No, if you would have looked at her, she still has it.
And she hugged me, so I guess I looked at her.
Why? Not necessarily at her face.
And then I'll knock on Arthur's door, and then I'll go to knock on Joshua's door and be like,
Wait.
He might be naked. Can you get him? Paul?
Oh, sorry.
I don't think we want to see him naked again.
I just kick in the door and be like, wake up, get dressed.
What?
Arthur
Why?
literally just sort of comes to the door like, what's going on?
What?
I just wake up, get dressed, and I start looking down the hallway and around for the wizard guy who brought us here.
What are we doing?
Did we ever catch
He's
his?
in
Did we
there.
ever catch his name?
Ilmic.
Ilmek. Okay.
Ilmic.
What's the time?
No, like almost sunrise, probably. Maybe the middle of the night. I don't know. It's one of those days where it feels like you slept for like 5 minutes, but also like you slept for 3 years.
I look at her, I just see how distressed she is. I'm like, what happened? Are you okay?
A dream, but it doesn't feel like a normal dream. It just feels like a really scary dream where they were like, there were these chains and they were yanking on them and asking questions, and I was telling them the truth, but they still kept hurting me.
Oh, Iyana, and I pull her into a hug. Just like,
Yes.
gee.
Are there servants around? Are there still the undead servants walking around?
And a couple of them.
Okay. I'll walk up to him and be like, hey, where's Ilmek?
Kind of looks up at you. And you can see, like, its jaw is, like, half hanging off.
Gross. Okay.
And he just kind of points down one of the halls.
Great. I start walking down the hall and being like, Ilmek! Ilmek!
Just shouting,
Yep.
searching for a little while.
Not being subtle.
Eventually, you reach one of the corners. You see Ilmek and he goes, yes.
What are you guys doing to my friend?
I'm doing nothing.
What are the rest of you doing to my friend?
I don't know.
Do I believe him?
Roll an insight check.
Can I do that as well?
You're not there.
You're not with me.
Oh.
I ran off on my own. You're consoling Iyana. Frick, dude.
Seems.
I'm gonna
It's
luck
kinda hard
that.
to read.
I'm gonna luck point that. Oh my gosh.
Hey, like, he's kind of hard to read. You haven't tried to discern any lies from him, and he just seems fairly stoic in his statements. He goes, well, if you are ready, Tharkon, yes, is ready to see you.
I'm just gonna sort of like squint at him and be like, alright, give us a minute. And I'll walk back to my friends.
And he follows behind you and kind of stops about 30 feet away from your little section of the hallway and stands there.
I see him and like I just like I would like to rage. No, I'm just but I get angry and I walk over to him and I'm like, what What is the meaning of this?
He doesn't know.
Meaning of what?
Would I recognize him from the dream?
You don't remember his face being there.
Okay.
She's having these dreams about being interrogated, and you want me to believe that it was just a bad dream?
Why could it not be? You guys are in a place that many people from the Sword Coast are very frightened of.
Right. Do I believe that?
Make an insight check.
I mean, not me. I didn't even know of Thay until I met Valkyria.
Are you kidding?
You're also not really
Are
from
you
the Sword Coast.
I'm also not from the Sword Coast.
I
What's
mean,
going on with that?
he doesn't seem to be telling any discernible lies that you can tell. Yes.
People are in fact afraid of Thay.
You can be mad and question what I'm doing all you want. But Tharkon Yeth is waiting.
Joshua, are you dressed?
I come out like wearing pants. What?
Apparently the Tharkon is ready to see us.
No, that means I gotta put the rest on. Where's
First world problems. Man, I gotta put clothes on.
Yeah, I'm gonna
First
go
you
back.
told me to wear pants, now you gotta tell me to go wear the rest of the clothes?
I'm gonna take the time to put on my armor before I
Yeah.
go and meet with him.
Same
To
here.
her.
I think it's a her, yeah.
Her, sorry.
Same.
She is a human woman.
Colt didn't even take off his armor. He was just chilling in his armor.
So, you guys take the time you need to get ready. Roughly about, I'll go ahead and just say about 10 minutes. Good basis to cover it. And then we're ready. He goes, shall we head off?
I'll just nod at him.
Follow me. He begins leading you down various corridors. Same corridors you've seen the other day. And arrives to the doors and goes, prepared?
As
Sure.
will ever be.
And then opens up the door, walks you over to the pedestal, and steps away. And
Like,
Tharkon.
like out of the room or
No, he just kind of steps
to
away
the side? Okay.
From, yeah, he just kind of steps off to the side. Where he stood yesterday, which was probably about like 10 feet away from it.
Okay.
And you walk up, and Tharkon can't pronounce the first name now. Tharkon Yeth looks at you all and goes, well, glad to see you all are still here, still willing to discuss. Well, we have come to an agreement that we will assist the Sword Coast in their situation.
Joy.
So gracious of you.
Elmec will follow with you as you return, and will act as Thay's ambassador.
Fantastic.
So, do you have all of your belongings?
I'll look at everyone.
I forgot my donuts in the room, guys.
We'll get
Very
you
well.
more.
Okay. I'm sure they have some in Waterdeep. You guys can have those.
Very well. I will prepare to return you. But, Masterless, you had questions about potential resurrection.
That was
And
part
she
of it.
says, yes, I did.
Yes.
Did he step away?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, literally
Thanks.
just left.
Yeah.
Then, cut that. She'll say something else first.
Okay.
He goes, well, but before we return you, I want to give a bit of warning. The cult seems to be very large. And you guys have been meddling in it in a way that I'm sure that they are not particularly excited about. With time running out for them, I'd prepare for one small final assault. One guaranteed. Or one that they hope to guarantee will end you all.
Thanks for the heads up.
So I'd start preparing for such a thing.
Guess I'll just start casting dream spells on people and like causing them to have nightmares. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
No.
Do I believe her?
She wasn't there.
Anyone in this room? Does Iyana recognize anyone in this room? Anyone in this room look familiar to you?
I mean, half of them look vaguely familiar, vaguely the same anyways.
Wow, racist.
Wow. No, I want to check her anyway. Like,
Make an
no
insight check.
way is she just totally ignorant of something like that.
Make an
Ignorant.
insight.
Finally.
She's kind of just been very carefully, directly talking this entire time anyways. She
Wait a
doesn't
minute,
seem to...
sorry. I'm just having issue with the mechanics. Something's going on there. Because it's like, it's 19 plus 10
Plus 9.
plus proficiency. Well, yeah, so it's 38?
Where's the plus 10
it
coming
rolled a
from?
nine-
Yeah, where are you
Well,
getting plus 10?
It's the way that it says it. I have no idea what's going on with it.
I mean, either way,
What
it's
does
You know-
Oh
what
well,
say?
that's your roll. So
Okay.
it said you rolled a
It-
19 plus 9 is the 28.
Okay,
I'll show it to you later.
I
She's
see
very-
what she's saying.
direct with how she talks, and this is no different. She seems very just, no idea.
That's weird, but it jacked it up on the last insight check. Because the last insight check should have been a 14. Because you rolled
Yeah,
a
that's
5
why-
plus 9.
That's
But it
why
didn't
I'm
do it on this one.
confused.
It's adding...
It's adding 10
It's
from
saying
somewhere.
1d20, 0d20 plus 10.
Right. And
I don't-
where's that
It's
D10
taking
coming
the
from?
higher. I don't know what.
Because it's not. It didn't do it with mine. And it didn't do it with your
Yeah.
wisdom saves. So it's...
can we just keep going and look at it later?
Sorry.
I'll discuss it during break. Then, since Toki is back, she turns to you. Because, Masterless, you wanted to discuss resurrection, and since we are willing to assist, I'm willing to give any information you wish to know.
I want to know how I can be resurrected.
Magic such as a true resurrection can do such a thing. Falling in battle and then being restored to life by similar divine magics can do that. Or there are rituals that we have done to cure one of their undeath.
My question was if you would do one of these rituals if we helped, or after we helped.
I mean, I could have preparations be made before you leave. We could attempt it. That's not guaranteed after all. But it could be tried. It'd take about an hour. You willing to wait that long?
And she turns to look at her team.
Yep. This is for you. Of course.
I don't trust it, but
Yeah.
if it's to help you, then okay.
If you fail at this, do I still walk away, at least undead still?
Some do, some don't.
That's
Depends on how strong you are.
not exactly reassuring.
That isn't the answer I wanted.
The servants roaming our halls, they would certainly fall should they fail. But you, being a Nijpodar, will probably survive. Walk away still undead should it fail. Though it might be traumatizing. So,
This is Brando asking. I'm a little confused. From here, we're doing something here that's helping them, or we're going. I'm confused as to where we're. Like, we're doing a mission here in Thay, right?
This is the mission of the day.
yeah.
There's this ambassador meeting thing.
And then we're leaving.
Correct. We are about to leave to go back to the Sword Coast. And then they said because we have come to an agreement, i.e., helping them find the renegade cultists or cult red wizards, then they're willing to do this ritual for you.
I can offer you a little bit of extra protection. This is your decision, Val, but I'll do what I can to help protect you and make sure that you come out on the other side as yourself.
I say we do it.
Okay, I'm gonna give her a big, big hug and cast Death Ward on her.
Okay.
And whisper in her ear, Mom, it's gonna be with you, don't worry.
She goes, because I'm so kind. If we try this once and it works, I will not require payments for the materials used.
Okay.
Prepare yourself.
Sawyer,
Hmm?
can you stop shaking your leg?
Is that audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
was.
jeez, I'm sorry.
Yes. Prepare yourself. Which will be ready in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Any other questions you wish to ask of me?
Can I watch?
Certainly.
Cool, thanks.
Anything else?
Did we technically
No.
get a long rest?
I don't think so. Because he said 6 or 7 hours.
Okay.
It also wasn't in that. It was still in the 24-hour cycle, so you wouldn't have benefited from it.
Oh, got it.
Yes. Alright. Nothing else. Go be prepared, and we'll go through with it. Though I am not sure why you'd ever want to return to a finite life.
Is she gonna become like super old when this happens? Or does she still look like her?
She should still look like her. Personality might change a touch.
Personality. Well,
After all, we're returning her to life. Who she was before. Some memories might remain. Or maybe her past life memories will be erased all to the same. There's only one way to find out. So,
you ready, Valkyria?
Let's do this.
okay, well, follow. As she kind of floats down from the pedestal. And several of the wizards begin following. Who all is going to
I am.
observe the ritual?
I am.
I presume all
Okay.
of us.
All of you? Okay. So all of the wizards file out except for Ilmic. Ilmic remains in the room. Guide you down a couple hallways into a large stone chamber with large circled various glyphs and runes and arcane geometry across the floor, sprawling from wall to wall, as pretty much the only real significant light source is this kind of glowing, kind of yellowish green light that sits above this glyph.
It's the light thing in Blackreach in Skyrim.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. That's
Uh,
definitely a very niche comparison, but
Like I said, kind of idea. But she guides you in, goes, "Now, Masterless, you may stand in the circle. Actually, kneel. Kneeling would probably be better. Less will fall."
I'll give her like a thumbs up. You got this.
And various powders are being laid out into some of the lines along the floor. Not all of them, just a few of them. As it's guided one way and then one goes another way, as all of these wizards are working in tandem to draw out probably correct glyph. And Tharkon Yeth walks up to you, goes, "Now, this will probably hurt, but it's to help you, as you wanted to." And she takes this little vial and starts dripping it on your forehead. And you could feel it burn slightly.
is she within
Not
10
enough
feet of us?
Technically,
Okay, just making sure.
and she just drops 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop. Almost like the little Chinese water torture thingy. But just, it has a slight burn to it. Not enough to cause any real harm, but enough to kind of sting as each drop hits, and then starts running down your nose as it burns along and then hits the floor. And no longer sizzles by the time it hits the floor. She does that until the vial is empty. Then steps back. Goes, "Ritual begin. You're strong. You should survive." And she begins to say words that, Joshua, you can tell aren't necessarily words. They are arcane words that have little
Right.
meaning outside
Spell
of
stuff.
just spells.
Yeah. Just
She
spell
said,
stuff.
starting to say various phrases and chants, and as she says one thing, some of the wizards will speak and repeat them, but not all of them, just a couple of them scattered throughout. As the light above begins to flare into a darker green, more solid green. And Valkyria, first, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Wisdom save.
Yes. Alright. So, first save, the glow grows into this green, and you feel this sudden tug upwards. And you take 8 points of necrotic damage as you just tugged in this weird, not real way. And then chanting continues, and the light kind of pulses once, and I need you to make the save again. This time, a little less prepared for it, you take 19 points of necrotic damage as you feel tugged once more.
Okay.
light pole sits there glowing and is almost spinning to the outside observers. And it does another pulse, and I need you to make another wisdom save. Right, this time you only take 10 points of necrotic damage as you feel this pull, and then this vast emptiness. As the onlookers, you watch as just this little bead of this greenish energy is pulled away and floats in space and into this ball. It meets it and vanishes.
Gross.
Look at Valkyria. Is she okay?
She's just sitting there kind of catatonically, just kind of staring off as the light begins to change into a different color, into this more yellowish, less green light. And then it takes a pulse. And Valkyria, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Wow. Oh, geez. Okay.
Okay. So you feel that pulse and you feel this slight bit of warmth. But then the warmth dissipates. And then it pulses again, and then you'd make another charisma save.
I'm sorry, what was the save I'm making now?
Charisma still. This one, you feel the warmth, but this one is less warm and more hot, and you take 13 points of radiant damage. And then it fizzles and fires and pulses once more, and I need you to make one last charisma saving throw. You feel the intense heat once again, and this time take 23 points of radiant damage. And you feel as if you're on fire, burning from this fire that isn't hot, but it just is bright and burning, and you slump to the ground.
Does she with Death Ward still?
She falls to the ground.
Okay. Oh, she's not unconscious. She just, like, is weak. Okay.
1 second, let me read something real fast.
I'm guessing I failed one, I failed it all.
Well, nat ones on saving throws aren't necessarily automatic failures.
You have a fate point. I wouldn't use it on bringing yourself back to life, but you're back to life, but you're undead again.
You kind of feel the fall, and you kind of catch yourself, and you feel incredibly weak as you look up and you can see it about to fire off one last pulse. I need you to make one final charisma save. This time with the heat that you have been experiencing just so intense, this one comes as a almost forgiving and warm hug as you feel less empty, less cold, more warmth as the light, with that one final pulse of gold, you see a little bead of light fall and land on her back as she's hunched over and disappear in. And you kind of stop yourself. Breathe. It feels weird. It's not breathing because you're used to it. It's breathing now because you have to. As you feel life, as you feel anew with memories that aren't Valkyria's, and now memories that aren't whoever you were before, but you're alive. As with that final pulse, it turns back to this kind of mixture of green and yellow. And that's where we're gonna take a break.
That should be illegal.
Breakdown.
Everybody roll initiative.
Valkyria's been Tiamat this whole time, guys.
Yeah, nice.
Plot twist. Valkyria is actually the receptacle for Zerial's demonic soul.
Oh gosh.
Why would you say that? What? Don't. What?
Austin's like,
Why are you
what a
making that
great plan.
All right.
All right, so we'll be back
9:20 or 20 after.
20 after the hour. 25
20
after the hour? 20 after. Okay, we'll be back 20 after the hour. We'll see you guys then. Get some water, use the bathroom, do your thing. We'll see you guys then.
Said we
now.
were unmuted.
I said I'm
Victory
going to unmute us. I didn't say we
Wow,
were.
Sawyer, come on, man.
Sorry.
Get
Sawyer's
it
a dirty
together,
liar.
my dude.
Sorry.
Seriously.
You're right. We're all dead.
Oh, thank goodness.
Koth casts Power Word Kill at 12th level and targets everyone.
Oh,
And we're all
thank
dead.
you.
Power Word Kill doesn't get any bonuses to being
Wow.
upcasted.
Well, that's what you think.
Upcast it higher, please. I have
I
more
just
than
want
100
it all
health.
to end.
You know,
I have more than 100 health still.
Hey.
you said, Austin, that Power Word Kill doesn't get any bonuses for being upcast. Let alone the fact that 9th level spells can't get upcast. Because there's
Can't
nothing
you?
above a 9th level spell.
There
That's what you
are
think.
things in other D&D editions higher than
Just watch.
Not
I'm
anymore.
going
So,
to.
I'm just saying. In
Post,
other editions, there.
sure.
have been.
Post spell
But any
plague
of
though.
the Power Word spells aren't upcastable.
Sure.
Watch. Ashley Edition is going to have 13th level spells.
Why would you do that if you're not
Your
letting
world
casters
hates
be
magic.
casters? Yeah, that would just be the world implodes on you. You all die. The game ends.
Oh man, you
Do
failed. You failed to cast your 13th level magic missile. Now you rip a hole in space and time, and the world is consumed. End of campaign.
Yay!
Sounds like fun. Sounds festive. But anyways, let's hop
Sounds
back into it.
festive.
Let's hop back in. So,
I don't wanna.
you guys return to Valkyria's ritual completing. As she's just kind of... The little bead hits her back, and she just remains kind of folded over. And Thorkon Yeth goes, well,
I
She's
will
not lying
princess
on-
carry her.
she's not lying on the floor dead, so it's a good sign.
I guess we'll tentatively approach.
You kind of approach, and the wizards
Wow.
all begin like refolding their arms
thought-
back in their robes.
I thought Iyana was already princess carrying her.
I
Yeah,
figured,
princess carrying her.
but I'm trying to keep an eye on all the wizards.
They just kind of fold
Yeah,
their
I-
arms back in, and
I'm watching everyone else. Like, I'll be able to check in on her when we're in a safer area.
Valkyria looks up at Iyana and says, "You are the best friend I could have ever asked for." And Iyana goes, "Aw, that's so sweet of you to say, and I totally know you mean it."
Orion is very much imagining.
Guys,
Iona's
I have a level of
hallucinating.
exhaustion. I'm real tired.
Not a level of
Aw.
exhaustion.
No, not yet.
Thorkon goes, well, then everything's complete. Everything's been arranged. Free to leave. Return to the audience chamber. Ilmic is a circle prepared for you.
All right. Well, let's go. I guess.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow up the rear. I'm gonna let everyone else start heading towards it and just walk backwards out of the chamber, still eyeing all the wizards.
I mean,
Freaking weirdo.
Thorkon Yeth begins following you guys, as do the other wizards begin following behind Yeth as she goes.
I'm just gonna pay attention to him.
Are you still backing out the entire way?
Yep, I'll just backwards march the whole way.
Okay, this one's legit. She's going to look up at me and go, "Thank you."
She looks at
And I'll
Ayana and
go.
goes, "Thanks."
And Iyana will go, "And Tempest thanks you."
Oh,
And while staring
And also
at
with
you,
you.
Yeth goes, can I help you,
no,
Mr. Durkin?
I'm just working out my calves.
Make a deception check. Yes. Not a fan of liars.
I'm not lying.
It's not.
I'm working out my calves.
Gotta get them sick gains.
That's not why you're doing it. If we're going to work together, we need to have a bit of trust now, don't we?
Do you trust me?
as far as I can. I trust you to do as Mr. Durkin would.
I'll start walking forward, but I'm still gonna glance over my shoulder like every 10 seconds.
Yeah, this whole time I've just been walking beside him because, yeah, I don't trust.
You can turn around too, Miss O'Shea.
I've been watching my back
Well,
for 10
I'm
years.
not walking backwards.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not walking backwards. I'm walking normally. I'm not like, let's do this together, twinsies.
She's not
No,
the weirdo of the group, unlike somebody.
Hey, she shook the flower, man.
I don't know.
I'd press X to doubt
that's
on
a
that.
really narrow.
I've been watching my back for 10 years. No offense. I'm not gonna stop with you behind me.
If I had any intentions on causing you harm, it would have been done. Just saying. Okay.
I'm still gonna glance over my shoulder.
You reach the audience chamber, and on the little platform you were standing on, Ilmic is sitting kind of cross-legged in the middle of it, just waiting, and he sees you all and goes, "Excellent." And as she enters the room, Thorkon Yeth goes, "All right, circle prepared?" He goes, "Yes, it is." Goes, "Very well. You all are free to enter the circle and return to Waterdeep."
Alright, well. Let's go, team.
It's all stand in the circle as Ilmic finishes the last couple lines, and it flares to life, and you all disappear. Feel very familiar pull as you go much further, not as far as you did, actually further than you did going to Thay. You pull along space, and you land in a bit of a disheveled shack. No, Matt goes,
What is this place?
"Abandoned farm." He
Abandoned farm where?
pushes open the door,
Waterdeep.
and about a mile away, you can see Waterdeep.
Alright.
Valkyria just puked on me, guys.
Just get used to it. It happens when you are almost dead.
I mean, I didn't puke when I almost died. Just saying.
I mean,
More just because of the
Not that you know.
teleportation. Yeah.
No, I know, but it's still gross. Here, you walk, and I'm gonna like put my hand on her. Well, I can't put my hand on her forehead. I've got my hands on her back, and I just cast Cure Wounds.
Alright.
I carried you across the world. You can walk.
She throws up more.
I'll cast it at. She really needs it. I'll cast it at 5th level. Oh, that was
Excuse me.
That was a...
sad.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. That's I don't
Also,
have that.
right now, it's about 2 in the morning.
Oh well. I'll still cast it so that she can walk.
Alright. Return to your business. I'm going to meet with the council. Discuss my position.
At 2 in the morning.
Probably. Somebody's bound to be awake. You elves don't sleep.
Fair.
They begin walking to the city. So what do the rest of you do?
Hey, tomorrow do you think we can go visit Thedrin so I could get my stylist crown back?
I don't.
As like we're walking.
I don't see why not. I doubt he's using it.
No,
Watch,
I hope,
he's been messing with like 1,000 different hairstyles while he's in
no,
prison.
I hope he still has the pink bowl cut mullet. Which, okay, side
I mean,
note.
if he's in a jail cell,
He could probably
with
attune to
anti-magic
it.
To entertainment.
it's probably not working anymore.
Oh, that's
Oh,
fair.
that's true.
Like,
But okay,
it probably just turned off as soon as he got into the jail cell.
Did it turn
Side
off as soon
note-
as he was in the jail cell?
You weren't paying attention. You didn't even know he had the stylist crown.
I feel like I would notice bright pink bowl cut turning back to normal hair.
bowl cut mullet.
I mean, you said you didn't, though, when she asked about it, so... You weren't paying attention. You weren't worried about it. You have no idea.
Insight check. I'm just kidding. I insight check myself.
Are you telling the truth? Oh.
I'm lying. I know it.
So,
My brain deceives me.
what are you guys... You guys just going back to your inn? Tapping your leg again?
Yep. Sorry.
A bowl? Oh no. No, 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 no.
So you guys returning to the inn formerly known as the Purple Store?
Yep.
Yes.
I'll actually just go straight to the place where Thedrin's being held.
Right. Two all is joining calls.
I will because I want my stylist crown back.
Alright.
I mean, I was just gonna
So-
go get it, but you could probably use some sleep. Miss had a nightmare and is traumatized.
I mean, I don't really want to sleep after that.
I think we all need sleep after that. Because she woke us up at the 6.
Granted, we're also still in the 24-hour range of our last long rest, I believe.
Yes.
Are we? At 2 in the morning?
It's based
Our
off
last-
when it ends.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you can start your long rest before the 24 hours is up. You just don't get it until the end of that
Yeah.
24 hours.
Okay, well, I'm still going with you because I don't want to sleep.
The other three just making your way back to the inn.
Make him away. Yes.
Don't get us copyright struck.
Valkyria says, let's go to the inn. I'm tired.
Now that Valkyria's
Joshua.
alive, Valkyria totally has a crush on Joshua.
Yeah.
I agree. Let's go
Wait, what?
get a drink.
Yes, I
Get a
agree.
drink.
I ship it.
Yep. Alright, whatever. You guys do whatever you want to do.
Jalkyria. Vasho.
So, Colt, how does it feel to be the fifth wheel of this party?
Pretty great.
He doesn't have to be.
Whoa. Are you suggesting some kind
Okay.
of polyamorous relationship?
I was
Hey, man.
drinking when you said that.
Hey Joshua, what are you doing tonight?
Anyway, let's go see your brother.
I mean,
Oh yeah, that
I've
makes
seen,
everybody awkward. But
I've seen I've seen Joshua naked a lot, so
he has. He knows exactly what I'm working with. It's good.
Alright, so you guys make your way back
anyways.
Anyway.
to the castle ward where,
I thought you said the tassel ward, and I was like, whoa.
yes, the nipple tassel ward. And you guys make your way down to the cell, beat the guard, tell who you are, and he goes, oh, okay. And takes you down into the little dungeon and guides you to the cell that you remember throwing him in. And he kinda is lying in the bed, just kinda staring up at the ceiling.
Hey, can I have my stylist crown back?
Can I have my sword back?
It's not yours anymore, bud.
You don't have a sword.
And the crown is not yours either.
I would like to rage.
Is the guy still is the guy still here with us?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you open the cage?
Why?
I want the stylist crown.
He's dangerous.
I'm aware. So am I.
Very well. Goes and unlocks the door. Slides it open.
As soon as it's open, I hold person, Thedrin.
You go to cast it, and nothing happens.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, then I'm just gonna walk. I'm just gonna walk in, and take it from him.
He's not holding it.
Well, is it
He's
on
not
his
wearing
head?
No.
Oh. I'll turn to the guard. Did you guys take it from him?
We haven't taken anything from him. We took him as you gave him to us. We presumed you took anything that was dangerous from him. Transfer him all the way from wherever he was to here. Yes. Searching for something.
Just gonna like
Trying to
glare at
get
him.
back what's rightfully yours.
I mean, it's not mine. It's hers.
Either way. Trying to get back what belongs to no. Trying to take back from a thief. It's
Oh,
frustrating,
you
isn't
know, I forgot a promise that I made. And I just punch him in the face.
it? Okay, make an attack roll.
Do I get advantage because he's prone?
He's not prone. He sat up at this point.
Oh, I thought you said he was laying down. Okay. I'm assuming this is just like a strength check, like a strength attack roll.
I mean, it's an unarmed strike, so yes.
Yeah. Woo! I break my hand.
Go to punch and he just catches it and he goes. I know you made that promise. He just kind of drops your hand and goes. But really now.
We're gonna stop your cult.
Stop it. The cult was a means to an end for me.
Means to get in this cell? Man, that's a real great plan.
The goal was to get my sword back.
Well,
But since
that's failed now, hasn't it?
It has, and now I have nothing. So I am not scared of anything you have to throw at me.
Ah, so that means that you once were scared.
I'll admit, I had a moment.
Interesting.
I didn't want to have to kill you in that cave.
That's a shocker.
I don't want you dead, Claren.
Man, you've you've really made that point clear over the past 10 years.
Just because playful bullying, banter back and forth between siblings, automatically assume that I want you dead.
It's not the banter.
Yeah,
That-
I thought it was tried to plunge a sword through his chest personally.
It's the
I
10
didn't
years
intend
of
on-
sending people after me, dude.
I wanted back what was rightfully mine.
And you were willing
You
to
would do
kill
the
me
same
to
now,
get
weren't
it.
Their job wasn't, they weren't hired to kill you. If that is what they did, that was not my orders.
I'll sort of I'll turn to leave the cell and you know, everyone knows what you did. I told the council. I told Dad.
I figured you would. Quite the tattle, aren't you?
Yeah. It's the
I've
first time
had
I've been able to
nothing.
do it in 10 years, so I enjoyed it.
I have nothing left. That
This is true.
encounter in the cave was my last chance to get back something. Now I have nothing.
And I'll sort of like jingle the armor and be like, yep, and you lost the only thing you had. Matching
So,
set.
whatever may come, I accept it with open arms.
Can I punch you now?
If you give me my sword.
I'm just gonna like major image a sword that says Thedrin's sword on it and
You
hand it
try
out
and
to him.
nothing happens.
Oh, that's right.
He goes, casting spells doesn't work in here, you idiot.
Thanks.
Took you 2 tries to figure that out.
Hey, shut up. Look who's in the cell, mate.
Nobody ever said life was fair. Ta-ta. He
I'll
goes
leave this
back
on.
to just kind of lying down on the cot.
I'll leave the cell.
As we're walking away, I'm like, oh, wait. We do have something that rightfully belongs to you. And then I'm going to blow a raspberry through him at the bars, or through the bars at him. Ta-ta! And then walk away.
Still don't have your crown.
As we're walking through the streets, I'm not saying I'm mad. I'm a little bit disappointed. I really thought we were going to get it back, but maybe Bob and Unruce has another one.
Maybe.
And I assume we're going back to the inn.
Yeah.
Guys, make your way back to the inn. The other 3 just kind of winding down, preparing to kind of get some rest. I presume Valkyria eating food for the first time, actually needing to. And anything in particular you 3 wish to do? Oh wait, I can change music now.
Did you want me to try talking to your sister? Because you tried looking at her and it didn't work.
No.
Okay.
Yes, make your way back to the inn as the other 3 members are kind of winding down. So, guys, go to bed.
I'm going to cast a message to Gerard.
Okay.
And, or I cast sending to him. I'll say, hey, Dad, just so you know, we got back. Wait. I can't count. We got back from Thay. There's a big attack coming. Don't know where. Hope you can help. Love, Iyana.
For a split second, you were like, I'm going to send a message to Gerard. And I was like, why? He's right here. Oh, wait.
Did you get a response? He goes, it's very late, but I'm glad you're still safe. If there's an attack, we'll be watching out for it.
Okay, I'll immediately cast sending again and be like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. Hope you can get back to sleep.
No, it's fine. It happens. I'll be able to.
Okay, good night. I love you.
He's sending another message. Good night. Love you too.
I'm gonna pull the covers up and just happily go back to sleep now.
Just imagine, like, you were like, it's late, and I just flashed back to Gerard casting command sleep.
If he could do it over telepathy, I imagine he would.
I imagine that's what he did when Iyana was a baby.
Sleep.
Babbling and then sleep.
Baby can't have a high wisdom. Alright. So, anything else anybody particular wishes to do before they find rest?
I guess another prayer, but this time, like, is there anyone else we should call on who would aid us at all?
Oh, and also, with you showing up, Artemis, the barkeep goes, "Oh, hey, and, I've had this letter here for you for a little while. It's
Oh,
from, Kiat?
a what?
Kiat?
Oh,
Cat?
Kiat. Okay, yes.
Kiat.
Sorry. The way you said it was... Thank you.
Hands it off. I've had it here for a while now.
I thank you for holding on to it.
Of course.
Is that the new letter from Kiat
Yes.
people stuff?
Yes, it is indeed.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay, sorry.
It is a different letter.
Okay.
Okay. So, you guys do your thing. Jasho, Valkyria, Colf.
I mean, I feel like I'm just kind of hanging out. Valkyria.
Yeah, we're still down there eating, right?
Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out. Commiserating over having a... Valkyria having a rough day.
Ordering off the Munchies menu. 2 a.m.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You, getting back here, you have a feeling of hunger you have never felt in quite some time.
I've never felt myself eat so much. Oh, I think it is time for me to rest.
Take a nap or like a sleep or something.
Wait, what did you say? What did he say?
Go take a nap or like something. I don't know.
Yes, I must rest. He goes up.
So, presume the other two, you find your rest in due time.
Yeah, I'll stay down in the tap room for a while. Just chilling there.
Eventually, you guys fall asleep with various thoughts in your mind. Morning comes. Quicker than what some of you would prefer, but for the most part, you all are fairly rested. And in the morning, Iyana's kind of suffered look has faded.
Okay.
And the day is yours.
How long did Bob say it would take to make that manual?
Well, it's been a few sessions.
Didn't he say it was like a week?
I think he said about a week. At this point, it's probably been
It's been pretty close to a week, hasn't it?
it's been about like 5 days. Because you did a lot of teleporting.
You're gonna get it at the end of the campaign. It'll be like, and that's where our story closes in the epilogue.
I really,
Bobbing on wax.
I really want that before the final fight.
I'll call it 6. Yeah, because
Okay.
you did have that stay in the Feywild, so yeah, I'll call it 6.
All right.
No.
Well, I will try to find a blacksmith.
Okay.
So we're at the next morning.
Yeah.
Yes, it is now morning.
I want to look for like a library or something to try and find information on the well.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I was about to ask what everybody else did.
So, Valkyria. Hold on one second.
Well, real quick,
Okay.
did Colt didn't just leave yet, right? I just want to make sure.
I mean, I didn't tell anybody where I was going. I was just kind of like, all right. As soon as it was like a reasonable time for shops to be open, Colt just left for a blacksmith.
Okay. Well, Artemis would have woken up early enough to just be like, hey, can you do something for me real quick?
Depends.
It's just, I need a letter sent to one of my friends. Just to keep her caught up with what's going on, and considering that a lot has been happening, I just need this to be delivered more immediately than what we can really do. Or what we can do without magic, I suppose.
Oh, okay.
So,
1 second.
well,
I can try, but I'm assuming I haven't met this friend, and so there's no guarantee this spell will actually work.
do you need, like, would it help if I, like, gave you something that she had in her possession, or?
Creepily enough, it would have to be a piece of her.
Oh.
I have to name a living creature I have met and seen at least once before, or any creature for which I possess a body part, lock of hair, clipping from a nail, or similar portion of the creature's body.
Ew.
I can try, but again, there's no guarantee it'll
she's
work.
my friend, but we're not that kind of, no.
That's fair. I can try. I can't promise results. And I'll summon the little dragon with a chest.
Now, will it destroy the letter if
No.
it doesn't deliver it properly?
It'll show
okay.
it'll show up at my feet if she doesn't take it, or if it doesn't get to her properly.
All right. I'm pretty confident she would take it if it does get to her. So.
No, all right.
Here we
Just
go.
put it in the chest, and then we'll go.
And I put the letter in the chest.
Okay. I have to frickin' subtract 25 gold.
Oh, is it like gold that you physically hand over?
Yeah, I have to.
Oh, okay.
25 gold pieces or mineral goods of equivalent value which the spell consumes.
Okay, the moment I see you hand it over, I'm like, oh, I could pay for that. Like, that's no big deal. I'm the one asking for it.
Okay.
Dude, like, I've got so much money right now. I have more money than I've ever had in my life.
Now you're gonna get mugged.
Yeah, way
Now
to
you
go.
said that.
Now you jinxed it. The little dragon with a chest mugs her. It knocks her out with the chest and takes her gold.
Like, I need to, like, spend it on, like, more arrows or something, because, like, it's so much money.
I guarantee you, if you spend all of your money on arrows, you will buy more arrows than you will ever use in your life. And you have a long life. Save it. Put it into a trust fund. And I'll go towards a blacksmith.
Hey, you know how my dad was going on about, like, me, like, becoming, like, a full-blooded elf?
Admittedly, no. I don't recall that.
Like he wanted me to kill the human part of myself.
Cole's just sort of like wide-eyed, like looking around the room, like, did he actually say that? I don't remember.
He did. I promise. Well, apparently it's. I mean, like, according to my friend, she's a full-blooded elf, and apparently there are actual stories about, like, entering the Fae and having it wiped away.
It's more of a hassle than you think.
What do you mean?
being a full-blooded alpha ain't all it's worth. Trust
Well,
me.
yeah, I know that. I'm not saying it as if oh, how I wish. 'Cause like, no, I'm not giving up the only thing that I have left of my mother.
Good.
Yeah, but it's just, I guess it's just a little bit disturbing to realize that like, it's not just like my dad going crazy. Like it's stuff that is rumored about enough for my friend, who is not really yet old enough to be going on whatever coming of age thing that her family does. Like the fact that she knows about it. I guess I'm sharing it because it weirds me out. Because,
Well.
I just thought, yeah, my dad's crazy.
Where Fae are involved, nothing is impossible.
Oh, don't say that. That's...
What?
It's creepy.
That's kind of the point. It's supposed to be
I
creepy so you don't
know.
do it.
I know, but you don't have to remind me. It's not like I was ever gonna do it.
You're reminding yourself. I'm not reminding you. You remind yourself.
Just whatever.
Just don't worry about it. You know it exists. Don't do anything about it. And I'll sort of start slowly walking backwards towards the door like, okay, I'm gonna go do a thing now.
Wait. Has it come back yet?
It has to take, it's 10 minutes.
Oh.
We have to wait 10 minutes before it will actually appear at my feet.
So it poofs
Okay.
away. Then after 10 minutes, later, everything's back on the ground.
In front of
At my
in front
feet.
of him, or
I'll just sort of pick up the letter and it's like, apparently it didn't work. We'll just have to pay for express shipping, I guess.
oh wait. Oh, I could have done that. Would she have done it? I don't know. Anyway, but he's already away doing his own thing, right? At this point, like it's been long enough.
I mean, I would have handed you the letter and then been like, alright, I'm gonna go do my thing now.
Oh,
If you
okay.
don't need anything else, I'm gonna go do my thing.
Nah, I guess just let me know if there's some big purchase that people need help paying, I suppose.
Give her a thumbs up. And then go towards the blacksmith.
Perfect segue into my part.
I will say real quick, I'm looking for, like, the best blacksmith in town.
Ooh, the best. Then you will need to make an investigation check.
Yelp, asking people, I don't care how long it takes, I want to find the best blacksmith in town. Oh, I'm a luck point that.
Billy Bob Joe down the road's pretty good.
Okay. Hooray for luck.
You wander around asking, and people are pointing you and giving you a bunch of different directions and mentioning several different people. A name consistently sticks out. Name, find it. Amon. Amon consistently is given to you.
Is it on the continent of Taldore?
Not Iman, Amon.
Sorry, I had to.
But this search does take you the better part of about 2 hours.
That's fine.
Eventually finding your way to this. While being in this this upper district area, it's not overly flashy. It's not a huge building. It's a fairly quaint building compared to the rest of them around it.
It's not as loud, basically.
And you can hear just this constant ching, chink from inside.
Okay. I'll sort of like. Is the door open?
Yeah, door's
Okay.
open.
I'll sort of like peek my head in and knock on the door, just to sort
Yeah.
of make my presence known.
He tinks and goes, "Hello."
Hey, I just wanna ask if I can commission something real quick.
Kind of just give me a couple minutes,
All right. Then I'll just.
and here's some more hammering, and the sound of hot metal hitting, hot metal cooling. Just, and he steps out and goes, "All right, what do you want to commission?"
I will summon Cold Sliver and put it down on the counter. I want a replica of that.
That's elven make.
Is that too much to ask?
It's gonna take some time.
About how long?
How much are you paying?
I'm willing to pay extra to get it done faster.
Well, base to replicate this with all the rune working and the little details, I'm assuming you want as exact as I can get.
Yes.
It'll cost you probably about 5,000 gold. It'll take me about a month.
Oh boy.
Let me think on it. And
I mean,
I'll,
you're giving me a very intricate piece here. It's beautiful, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
I'd love to
I know.
replicate it, but I've got to keep myself alive. while
that's
doing it.
totally fair. I'll think on it. I'll come back to you if I decide.
Very well. Know where my shop is.
Then I'll leave and just. I will shunt Cold Sliver into his extra dimensional space and just walk around the city.
Iyana, you said you were going to a library. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Cool. Let's do that. Not intimidation.
You cannot intimidate the
Oh my
books.
gosh, sorry. I keep forgetting to turn that off.
So you got a nat 20.
Natural 20. You search for a few hours, trying to pull book after book, searching for this well of dragons, and you aren't getting anything. The closest thing that you have found is a kind of brief geography book talking about this inactive volcano to the, I think it's southwest of the city.
Southwest of Waterdeep?
Yes,
Like how far?
fair bit far, if
Okay.
I'm remembering mapping directions correctly, which I probably am not. So I'm going to check before I commit to that statement. Just southwest of Waterdeep.
Okay. Does it say the name of the mountain or volcano? I mean.
It just on the end of the Sunset Mountains.
Okay, so I will cast Sending twice. Once to Kolth because he has a better memory than I do, and once to Gerard, saying basically the same thing, saying within 25 words the name and location of the volcano, and then saying maybe this is the well, and that's it.
Oh wait, it's at the north end of the Sunset Mountains.
Then I send it again and I say, oh wait, I lied, it's north. No, just kidding. I would read that and tell them that.
Alright. So in two sendings, you tell them of this volcano, and Gerard responds of, well, that's good to know. Not about to storm that with just the four of us, but It's good to know. Keep an eye on it.
Okay. And then I'll use the last little bit of my time to look for any books on how to change your form and stuff like that.
Alright, you can go ahead and make another investigation check.
Okie doke. Let's see. Not at disadvantage. Oh, great.
You search for. How long are you gonna search for?
How long did it take me to find the first book?
It took you a couple hours.
I would say I'd search for like 2 or 3 more hours.
You don't find anything about changing your form in this library about it.
Then I'll head back to the inn.
So the other 3, what you done?
So, question: if I had pretty immediately headed at least down to the dining area, would I have seen Iyana before she left?
About how early would you have gotten up? Like normal
Well-
Valkyria early?
I was sleeping in, so there's a good chance.
Well, yes. So Valkyria still would have woken up early because here's the first. Now she woke up hungry, and you know that when you eat a whole bunch at night and you go to sleep and you wake up hungry for the opposite weird reason. It's like you went to bed so full and then you're hungry.
Yeah.
So
So,
of
yeah,
course
you'd probably
that
see her.
happened, and she didn't know. So goes
Yeah,
down and starts eating, and then so I would hope to catch Iyana before she left.
Yeah. So yeah, you probably would have seen her.
Okay. Okay, so Anna, can I get that half plate armor from you? I need to do something. I need to take it to get it improved.
Oh, okay. Just kind of like strip the lobby tavern area of it and give you the half plate. Then go to the library.
Okay.
Have fun.
Thank you. And then during this time, also, Valkyria would start to have noticed that she doesn't really have a connection to her hooks of agony anymore.
All right.
And so she's on a mission to Babanan Rus with the half plate. And yeah.
Alrighty. Anybody else? Artemis or Jasho wanting to go to Roos real fast?
No,
Sure.
not really. I'm
Why
good.
not? Like when Val says that she's going, I'm like, oh, I'll go with you.
Let's do this.
Yeah,
And
real
so
fast. Jasho, are you just gonna be hanging around the tavern, or is there something in particular you're
Yeah,
doing?
for the most part, I'm just gonna hang around the tavern. I don't need to do shopping or anything like that. So
So, Artemis and Valkyria, you guys make your way to Roos. Stepping through the door, filling the pool, arriving in a shop, puff of smoke as he is now. There he goes, welcome back.
That door is always the same. It always gets me just the same.
Yeah, a lot of people complain about that one.
Well, it's just sort of a newer experience for her right now.
Very well.
Were you expecting it to be different now that you're better?
I was
Or however you want to
hopeful.
say it?
I hate the way that door feels every time. I hate it. Oh. Anyways. So,
Anyway.
because of this, I no longer need these. And she slams the hooks of agony on the desk, whatever. I'm hoping to make a trade if you're interested. These are still good. No good to me, though.
He kind of picks them up and looks them over and goes, about as frightening as that hammer of yours. But
Not as cursed, huh?
if it's not as cursed, it's easier to sell.
I think you would be able to sell them. These are good. I just can't use them.
Alright, is there anything in particular you're looking for, or just something
So
for
and
me
then
to
she
surprise you?
unsheathes her short sword. I'm hoping to do some work to this. I know that I may have some, or I want to do some work to this and make it a little more powerful to make up for this loss. I also, and I have gold as well as needed, but I also have this half plate armor. She pulls it out of the. Would half plate go into a bag of holding?
It'd fit. You'd have to put it in piece by piece, but
So she pulls it out. And then I also need to increase the strength of this armor.
alright. Just very basic bonuses to it, or do you want something a little more pizzazzy?
I mean, if I could do something special with the sword like my hammer does, that would be amazing.
I could do fire. Or there are, of course, I could do the opposite, and you could have like this fire and ice sort of thing. There's that for that. Let DM look at stuff. And he goes, do that with the armor. I could do standard bonuses with that. I could allow you to resist the elements better, or even temporarily be able to, well, not temporarily, but be able to have a short teleport should you need it.
Just teleports.
I know you're not a huge fan of them, but figured I'd at least offer it.
Could I do something to the half plate to make me fly?
To make you fly. Kind of looks it over and goes, I'm sure I could come up with something. Like, how fly? Do you want something just some flight, or do you want speed?
I think we're starting to get into how long these will take, I guess, as well.
I mean,
First question, just to make the armor stronger and the sword stronger. How long will this take?
Basic bonus. Armor to make you a little harder to hit, and the sword just hit that little bit harder. That can probably take me a day or two.
Okay.
Now you get into the more pizzazzier ones. Those ones can take a touch longer. The sword, if I make it have an ice effect similar to your hammer's fire effect, that will probably take me probably about 2 days. And if I do the armor flight, if you want something fast, that one could take me about a week. But if you want some just very, very basic flight or levitation, that one would probably only take me about a couple days.
Okay. So, and then where are we getting at with cost?
Costs, now, a simple bonus for the sword would run you about 300 with a friendly returning customer discount. For the armor, that one would probably run you closer to about 1,200 with your friendly discount. The pizzazzier ones, the ice effect will probably run you closer to around 500 with fancy or discount, and the flight, if you want fast for longer, that one would probably run you closer to about 6,000. If you want just very, very basic flight, that will probably put you around 3,000-4,000,
Okay.
depending
Mhm.
on exactness of it.
And how much cost will the trading in these hooks help with?
These hooks, I guess I have to look at the hooks real fast. The hooks, I can give you probably about a 5,000 gold kind of trade-in value. So that will cover most, if not all, of the cost for anything that you're asking for. It just takes a bit of time. If you want the speedier flight, you're still gonna have to shell out probably another 1,000 gold. But
Well, let's aim for that. Just start with the basic upgrade because it's a day each, or
roughly,
like that adds.
for the basic, it'll be a day per.
So if you were doing the armor and the sword, I come back in 2 days for the basic. They're ready.
Yes.
But then
Yep.
I add another. Okay, so let's start with that, and I will let, because then if I go with the ice on the sword and the fast flying on the armor, then we're at like, what is that, 5 days?
And the fast flight is going to run you about a week time. If you want just some very basic fly as fast as you can walk, or kind of fly, less fly, more just kind of float, those ones will be faster in terms of time to get done. But
Well, let's go with that, and I'll let my team know, and I may not be able to wait long enough for all the extras, but at least let's start, and I'll just leave you with the hooks, and we'll
get you the basic. If you sell these hooks, I can give you 4,000 gold right now.
I'll just leave the hooks with you with the goal that I'm getting all the work done with regular flight.
Okay.
And if my team tells me I can't wait for the 3 or 4 more days, then I'll come back and get the extra gold.
Very well. And tell your friend Kolth, I think his name was, his book's almost done.
Tell him his book is almost done.
It's almost done. Just finishing it up.
That sounds good.
And Miss Artemis, such Artemis, Arthur,
Yeah,
one of the two.
either one's fine, whichever you remember. I guess I'm just looking for those. Wait, no, I didn't get them from you. Oh, and I don't have any more of them. So I had these arrows a while back that I'm not sure, but they seem to do really well against dragons.
Oh, yes. Dragon slaying arrows, yeah. Or slaying
Yeah.
arrows. There are some specific to dragons, some specific to certain kinds of dragons, some specific to giants, fiends, fae. You can get real specific with them.
Yeah, chromatic dragons. I want some that are good against chromatic dragons.
All right.
If that's specific enough.
And I could do that. I do remember discussing them with you, and they were kind of out of your range at the time.
I can't remember the pricing, so I can't tell if it's changed for me.
Let me get the. Let me find it. Yeah. Each one ran roughly about 6,000 gold.
Okay, nope. Nope, still out of my range.
Yeah.
I have a lot of gold, but not that much. Not
So
even
they
enough
were-
for one.
What is this worth? And she pulls out the amulet of the vigilant.
I sold that to you.
I can't remember how much I paid for it.
I sold that to you. You try to give it back? It's like re-gifting something to the person who gave it to
No,
you
man,
the
that's
year
just good
before.
business sense. That's just good business sense from the shopkeep. Like, it's the GameStop dilemma. You buy a game for $60, they give you $5 credit back,
There goes.
Well,
and then they sell
I-
it for $5 less than 60, and then they keep selling it back to people for crazy profits.
I couldn't
Makes
remember if we bought it or if it was like treasure hoard. Okay,
No,
so
we bought that one.
He goes, is there a problem with it that you want to give it back?
What's
No,
your
just-
return policy?
Yeah, like, what's the return policy?
no, it was great. I just ended up having to attune to things that were better.
Fair enough. I believe been a minute. Time. There's a lot's been happening lately. I think I sold it to you for about 3,000 because you were buying a bunch of other things with it.
Hmm.
So
Fair
I can give
enough.
3,000 for it.
So it still wouldn't even buy one of these arrows, huh?
I'd buy half of one, or I can make it cheaper by focusing on what specific chromatic dragon. Because the more specific you get, the less useful it's going to be outside of those situations, so it's going to be cheaper.
What colors have we fought so far? Artemis, I can't remember. We fought a blue one and a green one and a white one. So we still have a red one and a black one to fight?
I mean, I feel like there might be more, because sure, we've only fought one of each color, but
You actually fought 2 white dragons, though.
yeah, like
Well, I just was thinking on the odds thing. I mean, it seems like we're getting to fight all of them. I was just guessing and trying to narrow the field, but
well, I was also trying to see. I mean, like, it's a toss-up, but like, there's a chance that it might work against Tiamat herself.
it's true. Well, then I guess
Is there a
we just need
discount
to
for saving
save
the
up.
world? Like, if I'm saying that I'm doing this to save the world, would I get a discount?
Save the world discount.
So
Yes.
saving the world
Yeah.
is one thing,
Yeah.
but I also have to like survive and all
I mean,
in
but
the
like,
process of if you do save the world.
You get to feed
Uh-huh.
the belly.
I mean, it's not that I'm not gonna give you money.
And I'm already giving you quite a number of discounts.
And oh, that's with discounts. The 6,000 is with discounts.
Yes,
Oh my gosh.
a
We're here-
generalized arrow of slaying can run you easily with most other ones. One about 25,000. The more specific you get, the easier it is. Being dragons and with discounts and everything, it gets it down to about 6,000.
Oh my gosh.
I think I just about did the throw up thing again.
You're a very generous person, Bob, and I'm sorry that I don't have the money.
I mean, it's certainly fine. I don't have one in stock. I'd have to make it, which is partially why it's I have to up it for having to make it, but then discounts, it basically subtracts it in the end, so.
Well,
So it's, like I said, if you get real specific, I can help out and give you a cheaper price, but.
I think we just keep saving up for now, Artemis, huh?
The Tiamat's. I guess Tiamat is not specific enough, huh? With all her heads.
I mean, Tiamat's very specific, but I've never seen Tiamat. That's kind of like asking for a god-slaying arrow. Kind of have to see a god to be able to know that and how to make that. And I don't particularly want to see Tiamat.
That's perfectly
I
fair.
don't think any of us want to see Tiamat.
I don't want to see her either, but I'm gonna have to probably.
So,
Since the stupid mask, the stupid mask isn't even magical.
do you want it to be?
No. Wait. What could I do with a mask that's magical?
Oh no.
That
Well,
looks
depends
like...
on what enchantments you put onto it. You can put a number of them on it.
Do you think... I'm now having visions of switching this mask out and then like them putting it on and doing like a true polymorph or whatever.
A true polymorph, you want me to enchant that onto the mask?
No, I don't know what I want. Well, I know what I want, but I don't have the money.
Arthur,
No, that
will
was
it?
Ashley. That was Ashley just going, hey, what about...
In any case, if you do, I'm open. Complicated enchantments take a while, even with
That's
my
fine.
warping.
I guess I'll be okay.
Very well.
Maybe.
Change your mind, feel free to come back.
Yeah, okay.
But before you leave,
Huh?
I do have this. I have this ring. I didn't show you it last time. I showed one of your friends it. Yeah,
Okay.
he kind of sets it down as just this little leather ring that's like braided. He goes, interesting little effect. It can absorb a healing potion. If you set it in the potion, let it kind of drink it, and then you can wear the ring, and then if you get hit, you can kind of go, ah crap, and it heals you using the healing properties of that potion that it drank.
It's a one-time thing?
Well, it can have up to 3 potions in it, and they could be refilled. It's just after you use one, you can't use that one again. You can use one of the other 2. Once you run out, then yeah, you're out.
Until you refill it again, right?
Exactly.
Now, does it take as long?
It takes about a minute.
No, does it take as much of your time when you're using like?
It's pretty quick. It's you say it in response to getting hit, so.
Oh, so it's kind of.
And I have to say,
reactionary
oh
to
crap,
being hurt.
specifically?
No, there's a certain word for it, and I'll teach you it once you get it, if you buy
crap.
it. But
Oh crap!
because I give a different word per one, so.
It's like a key.
Watch, it's going to be oh crap
Okay.
backwards. Barco. Sorry.
Parko?
Parkour.
Parko.
It's parkour.
It's
Parko.
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 Yeah, that's what I said. Parko.
Marco Polo.
Ho.
Harko.
Molo.
Wanna be
Molo.
Anyway,
How much would it be?
Again, with discounts and everything lining up, it would probably run you 2,800. I could throw in a potion of healing for free in the process. To let you test it out.
Sure. Yeah, I got 2,800.
Alrighty. Excellent. Nice.
Uh,
And this one's command word is acne.
oh man, really?
Like the stuff that you get on your face?
Which, in case you're curious, it is oh shit in some other language. I don't remember what language I picked.
It basically is. Oh crap!
it's called it. It's
Oh my goodness. All right.
But it is in your inventory now as the contingency band.
The contingency band. Ooh.
Is it need attunement? Question? Just
No.
as Brando asking.
Okay.
No.
Oh, I'm really
Cool.
glad that you brought that question up because that would have been important to know. Okay, well then as soon as he gives me the
You
that
gotta
potion, I just open it and drop the ring into it.
Because then after about a minute, potion should turn clear. That means it's got it.
All right. Does that mean I have water afterwards?
I mean, yes. I've never drank it afterwards.
Well,
It probably
I
will taste like gritty water.
well, I'll test it for you.
Alrighty. Let me know.
Yeah.
And after that minute, it does become clear. As the ring just sits at the bottom of it.
Oh,
With one of the bands glowing red now.
right. I guess I'm gonna have to drink it now, so
Or
that I
just-
can get the thing out.
Or just pour it out in this cup.
Nope. I could catch it.
Very well.
chug, chug, chug.
I drink it, and
Right.
hope that and make sure that my tongue catches the ring.
You take
Please don't tell me
100
that I have
points
to
of
make a
necrotic damage.
Please
Just
don't.
for just for a joke, make a dexterity check.
Straight check, not to
Yeah.
save. Okay.
Yeah. You don't have proficiency in tongue catching. Alright, you're fine.
Iyana swoons from a distance.
I should have
She feels
proficiency
a
in tongue
disturbance in
catching.
the force.
I think somewhere Arthur just did something really hot.
That's
I
gross.
think of drinking the worm in a tequila bottle.
Ugh.
Alright, but you drink the clear potion water and it tastes about what Bob expected, which was
Like
just kind of
brackish.
slightly grittier water.
Okay.
Like it has like a high calcium content.
Ah.
So it's just kind of like feels
Well-
like dry water. But other than that,
Dry water.
it's fine.
Dry water. Got it.
I feel my bones growing stronger by the second.
Hey, bonus secondary effect, I guess.
Nah, I mean, like, no, I mean, I'm exaggerating.
Bonus. Because you said your bones are growing stronger. Bone us. Yeah.
Sawyer got it. Nobody
Anyway.
else did. I'm ashamed of you all.
Anyway,
Good job, Sawyer.
Oh, you intentionally did that? I thought.
Yeah, actually.
Thanks, Dad. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Well. And then I just sort of take the ring out of my mouth and then put it on my finger.
Alrighty.
I'll
Good to
put it
know.
on my middle finger, so that way, when someone does hurt me and I heal from it, I can flip them off right after. Be like, and this is why I'm still alive.
It's a little mean, but I can respect
I
the
mean,
sentiment.
apparently I've just been getting meaner. Wait, have I been getting meaner, Val? I feel like I'm getting meaner.
I don't know. I've been mean.
Val's like, I don't want to answer this question. This feels like a
This
trap.
is a trap.
But like mean's not so bad sometimes. I mean, when you're fighting, it's pretty good. Like you and Iyana get pretty mean when you're fighting, and it's been impressive. I didn't think that she had it in her, honestly.
Girl's got a lot of pent up emotions.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me, I need to talk to her. Did you need anything
So-
else from Bob?
No, I'll be back in a day or two, Bob, to let you know about the. If you need to stop working on the rest of the stuff.
Can do.
If you don't see me in 2 days, just keep working. Like I said, here's the.
Do you want me to focus on the sword first, or the
So
armor?
the basics on both the sword and the sword first and the half plate first.
Okay.
And then
The flight and the ice. Which one should I hit first?
how long will each one add?
Well, the ice will take about 2 days for the sword. Very, very basic, simple flighting will take probably about 2 days on the armor. If you want fast, consistent flight, that will probably take about a week.
I can't do that. I know I don't have that time. So do get the basic just enhancement on both done first, then move on to the. Seems like everyone in my group is flying these days. I'm having trouble keeping up, so I guess flight, and then the
Gonna
ice.
leave me
Literally
on the
only two of
ground,
us,
Val?
by the way. Just literally only two. Two of the
Three.
5.
Three.
3?
Doesn't Iyana fly or something now too?
Koth can cast fly.
Colt can cast fly,
No, I
but that's
can't.
on 2. That's
I
usually on-
dropped the fly spell. I can't cast fly anymore.
yeah.
I have
so
I have an
only-
innate fly speed now. I don't need to cast fly anymore.
Yeah. Oh wait, how do you have an innate fly speed? Because
My,
you have
my armor.
Dope armor.
Okay.
So
armor
okay,
speed?
well
Yep.
with Artemis saying what she said, then I go okay. Do the ice first, then the flight.
Right.
So
Very
that way on day 4, if I show up, it'll be the basic on the armor and the sword and the ice on the sword. All right, that's what we'll do.
Right.
And you just keep the and then we'll work out change if we have to. If I come back early. Thank you.
Well, very well. I'll get hard at work. Appreciate your business, of course.
Yes, you have a wonderful day. And then she walks out, braces herself for the door, and then through the
Follow
door,
after
and
her.
Ugh. One day I'll get used to this.
I mean, I'm still not used to it. But, I mean, like, in general, how are you feeling about being alive again?
I'm really hungry and tired.
Okay, we can go get some food. Do you know Of anything in particular that you want to try?
No.
Fried cheese.
I almost said fried cheese.
Mm,
Let's just go back and see what concoction Joshua maybe has thought up.
I think he's just thought up another variation of fried cheese,
And then
like cheese tempura or something like that.
Another version of fried cheese? I mean,
cheese tempura.
you guys are thinking I'm a genius here. It's just literally just fried cheese.
Well, that's why
changed
I said cheese tempura, because it's basically just fried cheese
Just
with a
the same
different
thing.
bread.
I've heard of these things called burgers. No, I'm good. Joking. It's a quarter pounder with cheese.
You had seafood?
No, what? I'll try seafood.
Ashley, your Ashley is showing.
Shh. Shh. We could try seafood.
And we're off to find seafood.
Yes.
So you guys go off, find food. Basic meal, and your A gold between the two of you.
Okay.
Done.
And cool. So after wandering the city for a few hours, where do you go?
I guess I'll wander over to Bob's to see how my book is doing. I'll go through
find you.
What I doubt you'd be able to find me in the few hours because I'm just wandering the city. Like I am finally enjoying not feeling like I'm hiding something. I am enjoying being free for the first time in 10 years.
You wander, find your way to Bob's, open the door, fill the pool, puff smoke, and goes, I just saw your friends.
Like just now? Or like...
And it's probably been about half an hour.
Okay, that's pretty recent.
So,
This 5G biting me. Okay.
yes. Anything I can help you with?
How's the book coming?
Oh, yes. I told your friend to tell you. Obviously, you guys haven't seen each other yet. It'll be another day. It's almost done. Finishing it up.
Okay. And how much was that coming out to again?
I believe you paid for it already.
As much as I would love to just be like, yes, I absolutely did, I did not pay for it yet.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, I thought you did.
No. I will be an honest player and be like, no, I did not.
Well, good on you. And I would have found out eventually.
Yeah.
And I would have shamed you.
Yeah.
I think it was 7,000.
Yeah, that's why I didn't pay for it yet. As much as I would like to just invent 9 or 7,000 gold pieces out of thin air, I definitely didn't.
I thought you did. I thought you were at least paid for half of it.
I might have done half, but I can't remember. I know I didn't pay for all of it.
Lose 5,000. There we go. Meet in the middle.
Wait, what?
So lose 5,000. We'll meet in the middle. Because I don't remember. It's
Okay,
been
so
a
that
while.
means that there's still 2,000 to be paid on it.
2,000 that's just up in the air.
Okay.
Not sure if you paid for it yet or not. But I'll find out.
Well, then I'll
I'll go
just,
back.
I need to do math. So another day.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, I guess I'll...
Should be ready around noon tomorrow.
Sounds good. I'm sure we'll be here for at least a day or two, if not a bit longer. But, you know...
I hope longer. Your friend was asking for other enchantments. They're going to take a little while.
Well, I guess we'll see what we can do, but saving the world can't really take a backseat.
Very well. It is as you will. I just thought I'd let you know. She already knows, but you guys are in a group. Good to have at least majority. No.
Right. Well, all right. I guess I'll catch you tomorrow.
Alrighty. I will see you tomorrow.
And then you hear in your ear, "Hey, so there's a volcano southeast of here. Maybe that's the well."
That's okay. I don't have a map on me, but I guess I'll look into it.
Well, I would have been reading from the book. We don't have exact details from
Oh,
Austin.
gotcha.
I mean, it's to the north of the Sunset Mountains. That's really about all you know.
Then that's what I would have said.
Even the map doesn't show, like, right here. It's just like, this is volcano up here.
Somewhere in this general direction.
It hasn't erupted in hundreds of thousands of years. So, you guys leave, make your way back.
Yep.
Iyana, after your time searching, anything in particular you do afterwards?
Nope, just would have gone back.
Jesho, while you're sitting there hanging out, just kind of relaxing, kind of sitting there eating, trying to think of things, and you feel your gauntlets start to kind of hum and vibrate, and you're just like, weird. And they just... And they don't... They vibrate for a little while, and then they stop. And then there's just like this faint glow underneath the stones of the gauntlet. That glow of pale blue that turns to like this dark purple and settle away. That's all.
I look at. There's a guy working behind the bar, right? The same guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just working.
Yeah. Did you hear? Did you hear that? See that?
You're what?
Anything? I don't know. That was weird. I'm gonna take the gloves off. I'm just gonna leave them on the table for a little bit. Just gonna watch them.
Your hands are gone underneath.
Yeah.
You take them
Josh
off.
showed no hands to Trev.
One of your hands is missing.
Yeah.
Really?
No. You
Oh,
take
okay.
them off,
Has
send
to
down.
happen. Every character.
Has to
JJ
happen.
plays.
JJ's character has to lose a limb in every campaign we play.
Still got time. But you kind of look and watch it. It doesn't do anything else.
Weird. Probably gonna leave them off for a while and just kind of put them in my bag. I don't know. Weirded me out.
Alright.
Continue on with my day. I might have gone. Let's see. I'm gonna write a letter, or at least attempt to, and send it back to Greenest. I'll write you the letter in a little bit.
Alright.
And then I'll just find somebody to like mail it.
Everybody eventually begins making their way back to the inn formerly known as the Purple Star.
On my way back, I would find someone to get the letter out to Baldur's Gate.
Alright. That'll be a fee of 15 gold.
Okay.
With the strife going on right now. You'll make your way back to the inn. Where, as you all begin to enter, see a familiar face following behind you, with his arcane prosthetic arm, walking in. He goes, "Oh, welcome back.
It's Bucky. The Winter Soldier
About to
found us.
leave.
What?
That's
About
all
to
I
leave
can
a
picture.
message, but glad you returned."
It's been weird.
Well, we have been getting a lot of interesting reports, so I figured I'd come and discuss with you a little bit what we have before the council meeting. I fear we're very quickly running out of time.
Yeah. Did we want to talk about this at the meeting, Coles, or should we just tell him right away?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he can relay it. The mask was a fake.
Oh, well, that too. Thay is also stepping in
Oh, I
to
figured
take
that
care of.
Ilmek had already told them.
Oh,
Because that's what he went to go do when we got here. Was like, I'm gonna go have a meeting. I'm sure somebody's still up. You elves don't sleep.
did he come and tell you guys that? Did you find out about that, Leosin?
1 second. Alright. He goes, I wasn't aware of this, as I was asleep last night. But it's good to know. It's unfortunate, but
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
You don't want their help?
no, unfortunate about the mask.
Oh.
Happy to have Thay to help. I mean, unsettled, but we make strange allies in strange times.
So what happened with Varum in the Serpent Hills?
He was dead when we got him, when we got him back, which was annoying to eventually interrogate him. But after a bit of time and a bit of combing, I found out that he was the White Worm speaker, and he had lost the White Dragon mask and was hoping to use some interesting artifact in a tomb up in the hills to try to find it. I don't know if he found it. He's very clamped about if somebody else has found it. What he saw there, but
I guess we should assume the worst, just in case.
it's fairly safe to assume that they probably have it. And if they don't, well, we hope whoever does have it doesn't give it to them.
Prepare for the worst, hope for the best.
Yeah, of course. Also, we found where the meeting is, at a volcano to the north of the Sunset Mountains. Has quite an amassed army. So we haven't made any attacks. We figured we would plan with that at the council.
Out of curiosity, have you heard anything from Blagothkis? Skyreach?
I, in particular, have not. I haven't asked anybody else.
I can call
in a
him.
while.
That might not be a terrible idea.
Okay, let me just take a minute to compose myself and think about what I'm going to say.
Having a castle potentially full of giants to drop down on the Well of Dragons could be kind of helpful.
Certainly would be good to ask now, as I fear we're very quickly running out of time.
Ballpark it.
Ballpark, with the amount that's massed there, easily within the next couple weeks. So we need to make a plan fast. My agents have been saying that there have been numerous, even around the city, that we have tried to hammer down on, but they're getting brave. And I fear an attack on the city itself might be very possible in the near future.
That's what Thay had said.
Well, suppose we should begin preparations. If an attack is to happen, for you a lot, be sure to have an escape plan.
An escape plan from the well or from an attack?
From a direct attack on the city. Because while, yes, we don't want to leave our people to die, you five, some of our best agents we have. Can't risk you all dying.
Should we... Okay, just to make it clear for me, because I was away for a bit, was I there for the conversation about the heroes of Alterel, or no?
Which bit?
Oh, I don't know. It was a while ago, so I can't say for sure.
I don't remember the Heroes of Elturel ever being talked about. Not between us, at least.
Okay, then
Not really
I'll
between
just
you
leave
guys.
that alone.
Yeah, it's in my sending, so you definitely
Iyana
would
was
have known about
privately talking to Gerard.
Okay, then yeah, I won't say anything.
Well, so, is there any other immediate intel you need to inform me of that I can bring to the council ahead of time, or that I need to bring to the council ahead of time?
I guess Thay wants to eventually interrogate Thedrin.
He goes, well, we are willing to let them, but it's not exactly us to give permission. That'd be you and High Priest Everest would have to.
Joy.
I don't know if this is too early to talk about it, but the Horde, I feel like when we do beat them, we need to make sure that people don't try to take it for themselves, that we try to give it back as evenly as possible to those that had lost.
That's a problem that many of the Lords of the Lions have been discussing, is how to best distribute it back to the Sword Coast, and how to best safeguard it, because there are going to be thieves, there are going to be pillagers coming by.
I suspect that the factions are going to want to cut.
Oh, absolutely. That's already been discussed for their assistance. The matter is a percentage of the Horde in the end.
So long as we make sure that restitutions are paid before we are paid.
And in the end, there's still about 50% unclaimed by anybody. That is, we intend on returning.
Maybe that can go towards the restitutions.
In some ways, potentially.
I'm willing to be actively involved in that to make sure it happens.
Very well.
Sunset Mountains.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I
I can certainly get you that. I can
When do we want to have the council meeting? I'm assuming
preferably
as
sooner.
yeah, I'm assuming as soon as possible.
Sooner rather than later, but if you need time to rest, prepare as you need, it can certainly wait.
Well, I think we need a few days on items being enchanted, but that's just a few days. You said we have a matter of weeks. I presume if
About
we
a couple weeks.
yeah, if we plan soon, then perhaps we could initiate some flavor of assault within the next week and a half.
Definitely want to assault before
And
they
before
fully
they're
get
ready.
prepared.
Yeah.
And yeah, like even though we are waiting on these things, the sooner that we have this meeting, the better.
I can get prepared. We can have it first thing in the morning,
Sounds like a plan.
or
Sounds good.
very well.
Thank you for sending.
What?
Oh, the sending to.
Yeah, are you ready for sending?
Sure.
So I'm gonna cast sending, and I'll be like, "Hey, Bulgathkis, how's it going convincing the other giants to join us or join? The battle's happening in a couple weeks. Volcano northwest of the Sunset Mountains. You in?"
Oh, with the head of that beast, it's been quite easy. If we're going to be attacking in about a week, I can get there. I can get a few of us there. That's
And I will relay that to them.
Perfect.
What did
Awesome.
she relate? Am I
But
there?
he's-
Is Valkyria
The-
there?
Yeah, we're all here.
Yes.
Right
Yeah,
here.
we're all
He
here.
said one
It's
week though, and you said a couple weeks.
Let him know that as soon as we have a more exact time, we'll let him know.
yeah, we don't want him to run in by himself and
Oh,
not be
yeah.
supported.
Just him sailing the castle in with giants will not end well.
Let me
Into
use
where?
sorcery points to cast that again then.
Oh, because you've already used it several times today.
Yeah.
You can upcast it.
I know, but I don't want to in case I need my spells slots later.
fair.
I mean, what are we doing the rest of the day? I mean,
I don't know.
day's almost
We
over.
sometimes don't think we're gonna do anything, and then we get randomly jumped.
We'll
I mean,
just
you
don't
have been
leave the
told
inn.
now twice.
Yeah. That something's
That-
coming.
Something's coming.
So I'll cast it again, and I'll be like, "Hey, so we don't have an exact time. Don't want you to die by going in alone. I'll reach out to update you."
Yes. So should I start sailing that way or not?
Oh my gosh, he keeps asking questions, guys.
Joshua, can I see the map?
Yeah. I pull up the map. Show 'em. I'm pretty sure it's just this part of Stork Coast, but it should be good, right?
Maybe.
He could meet us like most of the way there, and
Wait,
stay out of view.
Oh, that's
peek
way
over-
zoomed in.
I'm gonna peek over Colt's shoulder to check the map too.
Puke
Okay.
over his shoulder?
Please don't
No,
peek over my shoulder.
Peek.
Oh. I
What?
had that
Because
way
I want
wrong.
to see what's going on the map too.
So I'm assuming that that is
I want to
the
see.
well. Just pull up the Twitch
Okay,
channel.
sunset.
I was
So
speaking
You said
mockingly.
northwest, though, right? That's just north.
Southeast.
It's south. Yeah, it's southeast.
southeast of the Sunset Mountains
Yeah.
Southeast
Waterdeep.
Waterdeep
of
It's
Waterdeep.
the north end of the
is
sunset.
Yeah,
just north.
So
Okay.
I'm assuming it's that.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh wow.
I would say
Park outside of
the Forest
Dark-
of Worms.
North Darkwood.
I would say to be safe, let's do Forest of Worms
Okay.
because I presume that they're going to
Yeah,
at least be
Dragony, there might be people there.
well, true, but okay. Park in the Marsh of Chilimber because I guarantee this area right here is going to be way patrolled. There will be dragons
Park
everywhere. Marsh of Chilimber.
Where's that?
Right here. It's right at the south tip of the Great Peak Mountains.
You guys went right next to it.
Yeah. But
Okay.
to the east of Serpent Hills and to the west of the Grey Cloak Hills.
Okay. I'll just tell him that.
Yeah. Park between the Serpent Hills and the Grey Cloak Hills and wait for our word.
And see you soon.
Very well. And you hear him say something in Giant that you can't understand.
Hey, does that Hobbleblebeeb means? Because that's what it sounded like to me.
Gesundheit.
I mean,
I don't know.
do I understand what that means?
You know I remember things in common. Do you think I actually got it right?
I'm just assuming, because I can, again, understand languages.
She was
Man,
trying to mimic it, and in Giant she said the butt munch flies northeast.
Yeah, it sounds, I don't think that means what you think it means.
You keep on using that word. But I
You
do not
should
think that word
never
means
say
what you
that
think it
ever
means.
again,
Real
actually,
offensive,
in
Iyana.
a run. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what I was saying.
Iyana accidentally just said some kind of slur in Giant, and it's just
Oh,
like,
no.
whoa.
Just called myself a half orc.
Why is that an insult? I'm still confused on that.
Because I'm not a half orc. I'm a human of orcish descent.
But is it bad for a half orc to be a half orc?
Yeah.
I mean, well,
Is
I
it?
I mean, the
for
connotations,
pretty
right?
recently thought that orcs destroyed my village, and so
Yeah.
being like tied to them and always growing up being called like ugly and stuff because I was an orc, like that's not great.
So what you're saying is you fed into your own stereotype.
Nope, that's not at all. what I'm saying.
Wait, no, that's not what I meant.
Iyana is accidentally extremely racist. I mean, I don't see. Just own up to what you are. I mean, sure, you're not
Accidentally
half orc,
racist.
you're
That's the name of
or whatever.
Iyana's autobiography.
Basically.
I mean, she's racist like 5 times at least, probably.
I mean-
So-
It's like when you were like a kid and like you heard a swear word but you didn't know what it meant and you didn't know it was bad, so you just started saying it and people are like, "Stop, you can't say that."
Yeah. I've done that a few.
What were you saying, Austin?
Jane, you did say your father, Desmond, was horribly racist to
Yeah.
giants.
Yeah. But I'm not. I just know that he said that like dragons and giants don't like each other, and since we like dragons, that means we shouldn't like giants. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me.
But I mean, like, why are we hanging out with the other giants?
Because we need their help. And I mean, Blagathagos let me braid his hair. He's not that bad.
So that means you like giants?
I told you, I'm not like I have no problem with giants. It was my dad.
That sounds racist. Not gonna lie.
My dad was the best person ever. You shut your mouth.
Sounds
What-
like racist
what-
to me,
what-
I'm
She
saying.
would like
The
to rage.
beginnings. The beginnings of I would like to rage.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Silence.
Anyway,
Before we say something that should not be said,
Tension rising in the room.
I mean,
I cast mass suggestion and tell us all to calm down.
Why are
trying
you
to
telling to calm down? Don't you know?
I am
Dang.
calm.
I am calm. Don't you know that telling someone to calm down does
Yeah,
the
never
opposite?
works. That's the exact opposite of thing. Hey, bud, take it easy. I am taking it
Well,
easy.
you see, that's people's normal reaction. When they're being enchanted, they tend to have a different one.
I mean, are you
Oh.
casting mass suggestion?
No, but it would be.
If it
Like-
worked.
Like, yeah, if it works, then you can't be like, I am calm. You're like, alright, I'm calm. And then you flip out because you completed the action. And so, like,
Yeah, and then
it
I'd be
works
like,
for 6 seconds.
why are you casting
You tried to call me without my consent, how dare!
Incorrect.
consent
Yeah.
is important,
Incorrect.
kids.
You don't know I charmed you with mass suggestion. It's not a charm spell. It's a suggestion spell.
So
now I'm kind of
Anyway.
curious. But yeah,
So
let's
actually,
continue.
way back in that fog, technically, not a charm effect. None of you guys would have had advantage on it, but whatever.
Anyway.
Happens. So, is there anything else in particular you guys are doing for the evening? Any questions to ask?
Oh, are we still
Valkyria-
talking with
oh.
Leosin?
I mean, Leosin is still here, so if there's
Okay.
anything you
Well-
want to ask him.
No, I think that's it.
I think Valkyria stuff is just for the rest of the team, but not this Liam guy, Liam Neeson or whatever it is.
Leosin?
Oh yeah, that.
That does kind of sound like Liam Neeson put together. What have you
Just
done?
Just the
Guys,
Liam Neeson or whoever he is. That just the fact that you added whoever he is towards the end. Oh. Okay.
are
Oh,
you
yeah.
Bahamut in disguise?
No.
Do I believe him?
Make an insight check.
Oh
Kidding, I'm
no.
just kidding.
It
Stuff
is-
happening on a character.
Well, anyway,
Make an insight check, dang it. Just kidding.
Wouldn't that be a plot twist if this actually was Bahamut this whole
Man, I
time?
really wish Bahamut would heal me. It would help me. Are you Bahamut? No.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
found the
probably
entire-
right.
No, it's if you're Bahamut, you gotta tell me. You gotta tell me.
That's the law, man. You
Yeah.
gotta tell me.
You are contractually
Oh, wow.
obligated to tell me if you're Bahamut. Mass suggestion. Tell Iyana you're Bahamut.
Hey,
Anyway.
Iyana, I'm Bahamut.
We all in sync. Hi, Iyana. I'm Bahamut.
No, I'm Bahamut.
Oh, I'm Bahamut.
We-
Turns into this Spartacus
We,
rigmarole.
we all like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers like turn into Bahamut like.
with our powers combined.
No, we all turn. Yeah, we turn into one giant Bahamut.
Anyway,
Anyways,
Um, if that's it, then
There's
I'm gonna
enough
do
of us.
what'd you say?
it. There'd be enough
There's
of
enough
us.
of us.
Yeah, there's like one person's the
There's
body, and then there's like
Tiamat. Like,
no.
You-
No, there's
that-
only 4 of us if we don't count. If we don't count Iyana, because we have to fool Iyana.
That's true. So
She
someone's the legs,
She can't be Bahamut.
someone's the
Saying
legs,
it
someone's the
thinks a minute.
body, someone's the heads, and someone's the wings. Boom.
Yeah, exactly. Boom.
Okay.
We are Bahamut.
Anyway,
Anyway.
Deception check.
If that's it, then Arthur is going to turn to Iyana and say, I think we need to chat real quick, okay?
oh, sure, anything you want.
As soon as they leave, like Joshua, Valkyria, and I all just share a look like, oh boy. Okay.
Right. Yeah, I just look and I'm like, oh, hey, Cole, weird thing happened today, and I pull out the gloves and I'm just like, they buzzed? Magic items ever buzzed for you?
No.
Yeah, I haven't put them on since. And it
Maybe
was just weird.
put them on, and you'll figure something out.
I put the gloves back on. Do they buzz?
Bzz, bzz.
I mean,
You,
feel
you have
wait, what?
69 missed calls.
No, dang it! I swear, I put my phone on silent for 5 minutes.
you put them back
It's
on
your
and you
son
kind of
trying to call
prepare.
you.
Dad, I'm getting mugged. Dad, help. Dad.
Dad, I'm bleeding out in the street.
T-Bone Terrell yet?
Dad, Tiamat
he's
just
not
showed
there
up
yet.
asking
Okay.
for you.
Oh,
It
anyway,
was. We've
so,
only been gone like
Austin,
2 days.
Dad,
well,
come pick me up. I'm
Austin, what
scared.
were you- Austin, what were you saying?
When you put on the gloves and you're sitting there just like waiting for it to feel a buzz, you feel this very slight, like pulse, and then fades away, and then you feel it one more time.
You just see Josh's face like confused, and then just immediately like worried. Like my eyes just get all big. Like,
If you had to roughly guesstimate, it's pulsing at about 20 beats per minute.
Is it talking to you?
wait, should magic items talk to you?
Mine does.
That's weird. No, it's like pulsating. I don't know. It feels weird.
That is weird. Yeah, mine doesn't pulsate.
I'm gonna.
I'm gonna sort of pull Iadros and be like hold him out. Does he do anything?
He's just kind of like, what's up?
All right, cool. I'll throw him back in his extra dimensional space.
You pull him out. It's like, huh? Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Bye.
Sorry, I was seeing if you were gonna pulse or not.
I can.
Ah!
It's not like a heartbeat pulse, right? It's just like.
It's just kind of like has this weird like pulsate. It's not like a pop. It's just a.
Yeah.
Have you tried thinking on it really hard?
I feel like that would hurt my head.
Well, so would me punching you in the head. Actually, probably not, but...
I mean, do it. I dare you.
That misses.
Very much.
I just like dodge slowly.
It's one of those
into one side.
half-hearted like, are you actually gonna let me do this? And then I'm just
like you punch, and I just like grab it, and just nah. Come on, dude.
What's your armor
Really?
class again?
18.
Hey! I crit punch your ear. You take 2 points of damage.
Ah!
Actually, you have to make a wisdom saving throw because
Yeah, I haven't
Oh,
made
my-
an attack today. Okay, he does it.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I punch him back in
Are
the
we
face.
Are we counting that nat 20?
No.
Okay. Don't worry about it, Deborah, dude.
You look
Okay.
very pretty tonight.
Thank you. So hey.
Mhm.
I don't even know how to start this conversation. So the kiss definitely gave me a lot to think about.
Me too.
Cause see, before that, I was I was confident that I was straight, you know, like flattered by any woman that would want to try, but at the same time, just that interest wasn't there, you know. But
Then
well, I mean, I've been thinking about it. I don't know why I said but. I've been thinking about it because I wanted to make sure I wasn't jumping the gun or anything. But yeah, I gave it some serious thought. It wasn't just me dismissing anything, but I'm still pretty confident that I am straight. And so like I want you to know that it's nothing about you. You are a beautiful young lady. That's the word I meant to say. And you're so kind. You are the sweetest person, and you care so much about others, and that's really amazing. And I know that what I'm saying to you, even though I'm trying to let you down gently, it's still going to hurt. But you're really resilient, and I just hope that that you will be able to, I guess, not hate me at the end of this. That we can still be friends, because you are still very dear to me. But yeah.
well, thanks for telling me.
Mhm.
I just want to say that I'd never hate you. I love you, and I'll stand by that. And more than that, I want you to be happy.
I want that
And
for you too.
even if that's not with me.
Okay.
And we kind of got other things. Not that like my love for you is not important, but we're kind of trying to save the world too. And so
Yeah.
maybe I just, like dive into my work. I heard people do that. That's what I'm gonna do, and everything's gonna
Well,
be fine, and we're all gonna be great. It's gonna be
Iyana,
save the world. Yeah.
Iyana,
Mhm.
Iyana. It's okay to let it hurt, Like I totally get the jumping into the work and letting that distract you, but I just don't want you to like you gotta let it hurt to be able to move forward. And I'm worried that if you forgetting yourself, so just keep that in mind, okay?
Okay. Thanks, Artemis.
Iyana?
Can you hear me? Can everyone else hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I just said thanks, Artemis.
And then she
So okay, awkward. Bye.
can't handle it.
Back. Cool. Good talk, bro. I'm gonna go back inside. This good talk. And I'll walk back inside.
So, sorry, you still alive?
Yep, I'm still here.
Sawyer was still alive.
Yep. I think my Discord might be crashing.
I think their internet might have cut.
Oh, not again.
Can you hear me?
At a guess, probably.
Yeah, it's just spinning, so probably. Oh no, it says we're live.
Hello? Nope. There it goes.
What? I mean,
Hello?
like, we're waiting on Sawyer, I thought.
Hello?
The stream is still here. We're still good.
I know, I'm just saying.
Sawyer,
Ah!
You back?
Can we?
There you
Are
are.
we good?
I can hear
hope
you.
so.
Okay.
Yeah. Deborah dude's a little worried.
I think it
though.
was just something with Discord, because the
Yeah, I
stream
think
was
it
up.
was just-
Stream
Yeah,
was
'cause
up
the
the whole
internet was still
time.
fine.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi was still green. Yeah.
Discord did some weird stuff to me too in the last 5 minutes too.
Cool. Well, after Discord's brain fart, let's continue.
Yeah. So yeah, I remember saying Oh my gosh. I
Yeah,
said
and
it
then
there.
just said thanks, and then I was like, "Good talk, bruh," and then fist
No.
bump, walk inside.
Oh no, no,
Those
because I
exact
continued.
words.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, and then she
I-
fist bumped and
I
walked
tried
outside.
continuing though.
No,
That's the
I don't.
The
thing.
last thing we heard you say was, "Don't dive into the work thing and take time to."
Yeah,
hurt."
let you. Yeah, let
That was the
yourself
last
hurt.
thing.
Okay, yeah, like, cause I worry that if you try to just take all of this time to help others, you're gonna forget yourself and not give yourself the time to heal like you should.
I mean, that's good advice. Good talk. I'm gonna go
Good
back
talk,
inside
bruh.
because it's kind of cold out
Okay.
here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's 90 degrees in Waterdeep right now.
I
It's cold.
like
Midsummer.
I just sort of like give her an awkward pat on the shoulder because like I was initially gonna go for a hug and then I was like, nope, that's not a good idea, and so then just sort of pat
Speaking
on the
from
shoulder, like,
experience,
okay.
you probably shouldn't touch the person you just broke up with.
Oh, okay.
I would say it's
No,
like
no. She gives her a good arm pat or whatever.
Yeah, I was
Because
like,
she probably has no idea what she's
and
doing.
then I visibly cringed because I realized how bad of an idea that was, and I'm just like, okay.
I like kind of sadly lean into the touch for half a second and then like walk inside.
Colt has been scrying the whole time. I'm just kidding. As soon as Iyana walks to the front door, Colt just like throws his crystal ball at the wall and he's just like, "What?" Shatters his 1,000 gold piece.
That last part. I mean, hey, how are you guys doing?
We're smacking the scrying ball like you smack the TV to get a better cable connection.
Hey, their back's crammed.
The connection's a little fuzzy. Look at the aluminum foil. Hold it in that exact position. Stay there and hold the antenna.
All right. Good night, guys. See you tomorrow.
Anyways, isn't it like 2?
Is it like 2? Really?
Wait, what time is
It's
it?
probably like evening, so it's probably.
Okay, I'll just go to the Temple of Bahamut instead then.
we just see Arthur. Yeah. We just see Arthur walk in, and we're all like, "Uh-oh."
Yeah, I just thought Arthur at this point, once she sees that like Iyana has left for the temple, she goes back into the inn. She like, are you guys seriously just chilling in there trying to look innocent?
No, I'm not. We're not
Oh, okay.
spying on you.
Yeah, no, I wasn't actually scrying on you guys.
Okay,
That takes 10 minutes to cast. That conversation was not 10 minutes.
That was not 10 minutes.
The longest 10 minutes of the entire existence.
Really felt like it for me, guys.
She goes up to the innkeeper and like, I can't remember, do you guys do like food and beer? Like, I don't know why I keep forgetting this.
I know they do fried
Here
cheese.
we do. Yes, we.
I've made them
serve
do fried
food,
cheese.
drink.
I need the strongest drink you have.
Uh-oh.
I slammed down a little shot of that the poison I had earlier. I mean,
Do it.
She takes it and knocks it back.
yeah, go
And
kill
dies.
yourself. Yeah, this drink
Drinking
is
it, you
too.
feel immediately drunk.
Yeah.
Doesn't she have to roll like a
So-
con save or something?
If she takes another one.
Shot.
You should take another one because it could be really funny.
Everybody!
Give me a second.
Yeah, killing a character is really funny.
Especially
Oh,
like
that's
two
good.
two episodes right before the final battle.
I hold out the glass to Josh and I'm like, give me another.
You're gonna die. I'm just letting you know this is a bad idea. I gave you one
You're
as
gonna
a joke.
die.
I gave you one as a joke. Are you sure you want me to do this?
You almost died because you ate fish.
She's got a point.
I mean, I'm not
Look,
here to make
Right.
I just hurt someone who was like the closest thing I've had to a best friend, and
I feel hurt.
what? Do
I'm
we
kidding. Here's the drink, and I slam another one in front of her.
take it?
Colt's gonna go try to
and
find
I-
Iyana.
And I throw it back.
Alright, now, Artemis, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Hey Valkyria, I need a medic on site.
I'll do my best.
Natural 1. Natural 1. So close.
So close.
Pretty sure she's dead.
You knock it back, and you go, ah, I fell. Poof! And hit the ground.
It's like that
And-
it's like that video of that one guy that's just like, people ask me all the time, what's it like being so sexy? And he like tries to put his foot up on the chair and
Right.
like misses and just whap hits his head on the chair.
Yeah, pretty
Valkyria
much.
lays on hands for 10.
Good, you're at 10 hit points now, Artemis.
Oh my gosh, that's.
You hit the
I
ground
just-
at 0 hit points.
Oh man.
Take another one, coward.
No.
No, she's
No,
unconscious,
that-
I think still.
No.
She's
I-
no longer poisoned either,
I am
actually.
No,
I'm-
you have to do, it's either or. So you can either heal for 10 or cure 2 things of poison.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to
Or
use.
heal 5 and cure poison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did 5.
Well-
Wait,
Well,
what?
I can.
You basically, it's 2 instances of lay on hands. To
Okay, 2
cure,
instances. One of
'cause
them
you
I
have-
cured the poison, and one of
Could
them
I-
I did
5
5
hit
hit
points.
points.
Yeah.
That's what I did. Cured the poison and did 5 hit points.
Alright, so you're
Oh.
awake at 5 hit points now.
And not
Okay.
drunk anymore.
Like the silence was palpable of full of regret. Like no, she wakes up and she realizes that, and she just like stays on the ground, curls up, and just keeps crying. Like this is the
Look about here,
worst.
like your medicine is too good, man. Like that's not. That wasn't the point. All right. Hey bartender, we need like a double of whiskey.
I love that gif.
Alright,
Why would you?
can do.
Oh, and like the greasiest food you can think of.
So fried cheese.
So probably fried cheese.
Alright.
Can't get much greasier than that.
I mean, it's got grease from the cheese, got
I can
grease
wrap
from
it
the
in
frying.
bacon.
Oh yeah, can you give us some bacon wrapped fried cheese?
Yeah.
Yeah. Josh was innovating today, boys.
See, you can come up
You're
with new
you're
things.
doing all of this
Josh was about to be a
as
freaking
Arthur is
entrepreneur.
still crying on the floor.
Oh yeah. No, I've left the table where Arthur's currently curled up in a ball, and I'm like
Dude.
talking with the bartender, like, wait, no. Okay, after you fry it, like get some bacon, get it like not super crispy, but like where it's like a little soft, and you roll it up at the like last second. Yeah, that's great. And I'm like over there just watching him cook it, just that's gonna be awesome. I just don't care anymore.
Man,
Man, screw knowing the important details about our quest. Fried food. That's what Josh is
Bruh.
thinking about all the time.
Bruh.
I
I'm
knew
here
it
to
had
punch
good
you.
masks.
you sort of know.
JJ, Joshua literally said, I leave the thinking to the other people.
Yeah, I do. What? my strength's 8 of 8. Come on.
But when it comes
That's
to
a higher
innovating
mix
fry
than
food,
Man, I'm telling you, who's the best at innovating food? People who are either stoned or drunk. Like, telling you,
Except
talk
you're
to
neither
any
of
But
those.
cook.
you're
You're
neither,
neither.
ever again.
not anymore. I
Since
still
we
eat
make
like a
him
drunk
cry.
guy.
Now
Still
he's
eat
gonna.
like a
Didn't you say like, or was it you or your son that was like, why don't you just get worse at fighting so that you can get drunk
yeah, my
again?"
son was just like, why don't you just get worse? And I was like, yeah, but I punch real good now.
have you considered getting
Priority.
bad?
You're just like, why don't
Okay,
you just let
anyway.
yourself know some?
Cut to.
Maybe
cut
I
to
can get
Temple
punch
of
drunk.
Bahamut.
Koth, you said you were going to look for.
Yeah, let's just go look for Iyana, I guess.
Make an
that went a little
investigation
bit longer
check.
than I was expecting.
I will say I would fly up in the air to try and see if I could spot her from the air.
Okay.
Is that still? Do I do that with advantage at all, or is it still just investigation?
Nope.
Cool.
So just investigation.
Woo! Luck point.
Alright.
Dude, what is it with
You-
me and like luck pointing and getting a 19?
You are searching for a while, and in that 2 hour-ish time frame, you don't find her.
Dang. I would have scryed on her. If I went like half an hour without finding her, I would have scryed on her.
Okay. Tyana, make a wisdom save for me.
-10.
Do you have a party?
Okay, I'm gonna whisper it to you.
Actually, yes, I do have a body part of her. I asked her
What?
I asked her specifically for some of her blood so I could scry on her.
Yeah, that's true.
So actually -15.
DM whispers real quick.
Okay.
-15 because I have a body part and I know her well.
Can we stop saying a body
think-
part? That makes me think you have like an arm of hers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I think-
oh yeah, I took
I-
her big toe one time.
You definitely go to the worst places every time I hear you say you got a body
Wait,
part.
Fine.
Are you supposed to go into whispers as well, Sawyer?
No, she said DM.
Oh, okay.
All right, let me rephrase it. Piece of body.
No.
No. Just refer
You
to
can
the
just whisper it
explicit
to me.
part that you have,
I
as in
have
a
some of
vial
her
of blood.
I have a vial of her.
like-
I have a vial of her blood, and I know her well.
Way
so,
better.
So her save is done at -15.
Alrighty. Good to know. Your DC is 18, right, Sawyer?
Correct.
Nice. You are sitting there scrying, but you see nothing.
Bum, bum, bum.
Even with a -15?
Seemingly.
I'm gonna assume that she has Snipper's
Jeez.
laurel on. All right, I keep looking.
Yeah, we still have
Nice. And Diana, you went straight to the temple.
I probably wouldn't have,
Okay.
just knowing what happened.
Well, you wouldn't have known about that.
Well, no, but okay, whispers again, real quick. Sorry, I just want to check something.
Okay.
Yeah, she's got something that protects her from divination magic.
Well, I think we all do, right? It was to help us protect us from. But I think that's specific to
I
just
thought
dragons.
I thought it was specific to the dragon as well, but I had unless she rolled a natural 20 or something. But even with a -15, like she's got something. I don't know what.
Do do do. Do 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 do.
But yeah. Oh.
She's rolling dice.
Uh-oh.
No.
She was probably
Stop
supposed
it.
to whisper that. She's like, no. Stop.
Alrighty. Well, how long are you gonna search?
Me? Until I find her.
And you are going to be searching for a while.
Okay. I'm searching for a while.
What was that sound?
That was probably my dog. He's yappy.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, Gizmo.
That's not even mine. That's actually my dad's dog.
Oh, I forget. You're in. Yeah, you're not. Yeah. I won't give away your location. Yeah.
That's fine. So you guys make your way. Well, Kolth, you search town for an hour, about an hour and a half, and you're scouring the streets. You're finding nothing.
I'm not going back to the inn until I find her.
Okay. So what are the rest of you doing?
Valkyria's waiting for
Slowly.
6 days.
Steadily.
Sitting in
Steadily
the
getting
exact
down.
same
Valkyrie's
spot.
not leaving. Yeah, Valkyrie's not leaving this spot. She now has to eat and sleep.
I
but
like
she's
to
not
imagine
leaving
that she
spot.
tries to, but then like gets hungry and goes, "Ah, crap! I can't do that."
Valkyria's that SpongeBob meme where she's just sitting there staring at her cup, just
Yeah,
like
that's
waiting.
what I was looking for. Like, man, I should have stayed dead.
Man, I have to pee now. That's so weird.
I mean,
That was gonna
Yeah.
be the other
Where
thing
did
I
it
pointed
go
out. Was
before?
like woke up in the morning hungry and had to pee. What the heck is this?
don't miss that.
Iyana, we'll go and do temple stuff since that's where you said you were going. You arrive there. Do your preparations and then enter.
Well, I wouldn't have done my preparations. I would have just been like, do, 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 do.
So you just would have
Oh,
walked
hi.
in.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi.
Oh, hi, Mark.
How are you?
It's just like, oh, what are you doing in here?
I'm gonna lay down.
Just kind of go over to you and start just like patting you very hesitantly and confused.
And
So-
that's gonna be me for 15 minutes.
All right.
You're very nice.
And after that 15 minutes is up, they go, oh,
Oh, hi.
somehow stranger.
Sorry, didn't mean to confuse you. I just, oh, man, I'm really tired. I just wanted to ask if you guys know anything about the Well of Dragons.
Well of Dragons. No. That's
Okay.
not even something I've heard of.
Do you know anything about how to change your shape? Like into something really powerful, like a dragon?
Very powerful magics can.
Okay, now how do
Or
I
you
get that?
can. Depends. You can. Bahamut has many blessings, and he can bestow that potentially, but it is quite an arduous process.
So do I just have to like pray a lot, or I'm kind of new to this whole like trying to do the church thing.
It would take years of training and memorizing verses and focus and learning how to be his instrument, but you can eventually do it.
Okay. So what verses do I have to learn? Can you like write them down so that I can start working on it? And I've got kind of a time crunch. I don't really have years. I've got like a couple weeks until Tiamat comes probably. And so I'd like to just, fast track it as much as we can.
Yes. I don't think I can do anything to assist with that to do it in a couple weeks.
Well, whatever you can do. Yeah.
uh,
Like the arch nemesis of our god.
Oh yeah, I know. I wonder if Gerard knows.
Yeah, I told my dad already.
You say a lot of things with very little context.
Sorry, okay. I'm Iyana, and I'm just going to go into like everything we've gone through.
And he sits there listening intently and goes, well, that makes a number of the things you say make way more sense. Okay. Dragon form would be useful.
My friend can do it, so I figure I can do it.
It'll be I can try to expedite things, but I can't guarantee it'd work. And it'd still take probably about a week.
I've got a week.
Okay,
What's your name? Because you're really nice, and I'm going to come back here and just like, do you like pie?
pie, I tend not to eat a whole lot of pie, but
I can make you something else. Thank you.
thank you. The name's Sebastian. and I can let me get the verses that I can gather up and prepare for that. He kind of goes, opens like one of his books, and just like tears out a couple pages, and closing goes, read these while staring at a burning candle.
I can certainly do that. Thank you, Sebastian.
Do that for the next couple days, and hopefully that'll help with the process.
Okay. And one more question. If I don't have a candle, would a torch work? Because I've got 10 of those still.
I've never had anybody do it with a torch.
You know, I think
I'll just go buy
I
candles
think that,
tomorrow.
like,
It's gonna be
those
fine. Wait, I think shops are still open. I'm just gonna go buy candles now. You are the best, Sebastian. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, not pie, but I'm gonna make you something, and I'm gonna like finger guns as I walk out and go look for a candle store.
And you see as you're
Just
gonna
remember,
walk in, he
guns
just
don't
sits
exist.
down and starts just rubbing his temples.
You say a lot of things.
Okay, I'm gonna go look for a candle store. So
Okay. You go searching for a candle store open at around 7 o'clock, which the sun has already begun setting. But luckily there is one, I'll say, open, not terribly far away. And just buy a candle.
I'm like, how many would I need to burn for like a couple weeks if I'm just gonna stare into them?
Like one after another after another.
Yeah, I guess. I just want to make sure I have enough candles.
I don't.
Like 20. Is 20 enough? I don't know. I need a lot. I need enough to make sure this works.
20. I got 20. I can get you
Okay.
20.
Okay, how much does 20 cost?
2 gold.
Okay, here, thank you. And I'm gonna like frantically put down 2 gold.
And every person you just gonna leave is like, what is going on?
She seems like she's had a bad day.
Why is she in such a rush?
Do I see Cole flying around at this point?
Your passive perception, how focused you are, no.
No.
Oh, you would see Iyana just frantically just moving around through the streets at this point.
Is that a candle store? How many candles did she just buy? She's got like her arms full. She's just like.
She has all of them underneath her arm.
I don't have a bag of holding, guys. It's just me carrying bags
It's
of
just
candles.
her carrying.
I'll keep following her, I guess.
Are you landing or are you just like stalking me?
I mean, I'll follow you on land now that I know where you are.
I'm just like, excuse me, sorry. Just making my way back to the inn.
Making my way downtown.
As you two eventually make your way back to the inn.
Hey guys, I got candles. Good night. And I'm going straight up to my room.
Hey guys, she's got candles. I'll be right back. I'll just follow up to the room.
You walk in and I'm just
Crap, just-
surrounded by lit candles.
At this point, Arthur is finally back in a chair, but doing her darndest to get drunk.
Well, with actual normal alcohol, it takes a little while, but you can get drunk
Yeah.
fairly quick and not pass out immediately.
You good? What's with the candle fixation?
Oh, you're talking to me.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Are you talking to me? Are you
I'm
talking
focused
to
right
me?
now, Cole. I'm working on something.
All right.
See you tomorrow.
Okay. And I'll close the door, I guess. And just like stand there at the door for a second, like, That's a lot of candles. Is that chamomile? Okay. He'll go to his room, and he'll just chill there.
Alrighty. So, as you all do your respective things, say that's where we end this session. Guys, level up.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
We're emotionally mature now, Meredith.
I don't know.
I mean,
One
Iyana's
chose to
big.
get drunk and the other chose to get candles.
Ayana's big thing has been like repressing her emotions like the entire campaign.
Alrighty, well, we'll go ahead and we'll wrap it up here. That way you guys don't hear the boring jargon of us just leveling up.
Everyone go light a candle and relax and forget all your troubles.
Yep, everyone have a good weekend. Stay safe. Stay healthy. I almost said drink your vegetables.
Yes, drink your vegetables.
Drink water. Have a good week, and we'll. I think we're approaching the final 2 or 3 sessions, so I guess we will catch you all later as we come into the final close of the campaign. So we'll catch you guys later. Bye.
Ta-ta.
Bye.
Good night.